CcHub. I welcome you guys to the second edition of the social change. Some of you guys were here. Can I see by a show of hand? Okay, a few people. The first edition was really well attended. Um, we had a lot of fun. Interesting things happened. Some of those things we'll be sharing with you guys today. But we think this year is even going to be bigger. It's going to be bigger in the sense that we have someone truly amazing joining us as our keynote speaker, and that's Mrs. Awoshika. Uh, to most of us, she's a beacon of the Nigeria that we dream of. She's a beacon of the future as well, the future that we see for our nation and our society. And we think it's a very, very big deal that she's going to be joining us to share a few words of wisdom with us. So we're very pleased with that. But on top of that as well, for the second time, we're pleased to have Stephen King, and Ori is coming for the first time, from Omedia Network. Omedia Network is actually the sole organization backing the Social Change Summit. But not just the Social Change Summit. Omedia Network has been the main backer of the co-creation of from inception, which is about 6 years ago. So for us, we're really happy to have them back in Nigeria and back for the summit as well. So thank you and welcome to Lagos, Stephen and Ori. And of course, thank you to each and every one of you guys for also taking out of your time to be here with us. One thing I can assure you is that at the end of the day, you'll probably write this down as one of the truly useful events you've been this year. I'm pretty sure of that. And that's by the lineup of the speakers that we have. I'll probably be sitting somewhere in the corner myself and taking in everything that I need to take in from the Social Change Summit. So for those who don't know, the Social Change Summit is actually an extension of our vision at CcHub. CcHub, when we started, or when we came together about 6 years ago, to start what is now known as a key player within the technology and probably social innovation space in Nigeria, was something we thought we were going to build into a platform. And as a platform, what we wanted it to be simply was to be able to find people who believe in the future of this country and people who believe in their ability and skills and capability to actually shape the future they see for the nation. And not only were we going to find them, we were going to find them and we were going to find resources to back them up and support them. We were quite ambitious when we started. It was somewhat naive. But to be honest, the experience has been quite exciting, if I can put it that way. Exciting in the sense that we realized that what we thought was just an ordinary idea, and almost like an experiment, was actually quite timely for Nigeria. Not only was it timely, the Nigerian society was also quite receptive as well to the concept of what we set out to do. And what we've seen since then is a lot of support, but beyond support, a lot of people stepping up to actually take on the responsibility that we wanted to promote, which is build the future that they see for Nigeria. Some of you guys may know one of the startups or one of the businesses or the ideas that came out of CcHub is Budget. How many of us know Budget? Fantastic. Budget is one creation of the co-creation of that I'm very, very pleased. Pleased in the sense that when you work within the social space, it's actually difficult to find innovation that can truly add value to the society. And not only have we been able to make budget work? Budget has been able to sustain itself. But beyond that as well, budget has been able to add immense value to the society we call Nigeria. The last two dispensations, I'm pretty sure the last two, the past president and the current president are both aware of budget. That's how impactful budget is. The current budget was particularly delayed in part to the fantastic work that the team at budget do on a day-to-day. Another exciting thing we've seen in the market is also another organization called INIT. A lot of you guys may not know INIT. Quite small, not directly supported by CcHub, but a bunch of local people working with a few other experienced and knowledgeable Africans to build the first voters registration platform for Nigeria. This for us is a big deal because typically African nations import these solutions. And for the first time in the history of our country, this was actually created locally. So for a lot of you guys who voted last year or even the one before, you must have experienced their software. And we thought that was incredible. And the reason we think it's incredible is we believe that as a society, we can't move forward if we're not a partaker in how we shape our future. Not only should we be interested in a better future for our society, but we should play a major role in actually building the society that we want to see. And typically, it will be difficult to So typically, it will be difficult for a lot of people. So the topic we're going to talk about here today, the things we're going to be discussing will be how do you invest in social change? For those people who work within the investment space, you probably understand that investment is not necessarily the term that is used in that space. Investment is something that people expect that when you put in money, you should get money back in return. But the fact is investment should and is much more than that. And for any society that is thinking of moving forward, we should begin to think of investment from the perspective of what do we put into our society to get that desirable outcome we want to see as a people. So we've been investing at CcHub. We've had incredible organizations who believe in our dreams and aspirations. They've invested a lot of money into us. And another one of those things that came out of what we thought was an experiment is what a lot of people know as Yaba today. So Yaba, for those who may not know, is now home to over 60 technology businesses. Over 60. For those who may not know. But for those who understand and know the history of Yaba, Yaba is an exciting part of Nigeria and part of Lagos. It's the place that is home to University of Lagos. It has the highest number of educational institutions that you can dream of anywhere in the country. So there's Yaba Tech, there's University of Lagos, there's one of the few vocational training schools left in Nigeria is in Yaba. I think we probably have over 30 secondary and primary schools in this neighborhood. There are so many exciting things here that were put in place, knowingly or unknowingly, that are crucial to building a forward-looking society. And when we came here about 6 years ago, I think we were just less than 5 technology businesses in the area. But with the support of companies like Main One Cable Company, partnership with Lagos State Government, we ended up laying a fiber optic cable in the area. And in less than a year of doing that, Yaba became the destination for technology businesses. And I'm talking about this because it's something I'm truly proud of. There's been attempts all over Africa to create technology clusters. And this is the single most successful organic one that I know of. Because what you tend to see is people building these clusters from top down as against bottom up, which is engaging the companies and businesses that needs to be in the cluster and get them to build cluster. And I think Nigerians were particularly good at cluster because you can also point at the computer village in Ikeja. Again, that wasn't done by government, that was bottom up. And it speaks to our drive and passion as a people for a better society. But I think what we've lacked is the ability to contextualize the energy we have and understand that there are things we need to do as individuals, as creative people, as businesses, as investors, to support our government to get better. So when budget started, a lot of people thought, how can you build an organization around budget? How are you going to sustain an organization around budget? Budget has not really been something that Nigerians paid a lot of attention to. But today, budget is part of our daily civic conversation in this country. People want to know how much money is available to the government to perform their roles and responsibilities. People want to know how the government is even spending the money. And we began to realize that even some of our policymakers and leaders actually struggle with understanding and processing budget. And that's from just one man's thinking that Nigeria can become a better place if we all have better ways of digesting and consuming our budget. So to this end, I'd like us to continue to believe that we can invest in social change for good returns, and not only for the benefit of the society, but you can actually invest in social change, also make money from it. Which speaks to another interesting outcome of the last Social Change Summit. So at the last Social Change Summit, there was a lady that was in the room as a participant. Is Temi in the room? So she's upstairs. So Temi came to the last Social Change Summit as a participant. And to date, Temi is part of the CcHub portfolio as a startup that we're supporting. CcHub is quite unique. I always tell people this, even though those who think just about money struggle to understand why we're unique. Our belief is that you can do good and make money. And we also understand that before we can get that belief and that thinking to become mainstream in Nigeria, we will need to invest and stay with the vision for a long time. And for me, this is one of those ideas. So a lot of you in the room will probably understand how difficult it is for you to order blood from, say, you're in the hospital desperate for blood, to order blood from a blood bank to a patient in the hospital. A lot of people in the room will understand. Yeah? And what Temi has decided to do is to build a smart blood management system with the use of technology and also part logistics to connect hospitals to blood banks, but also make smart logistics available for them to actually be able to get the blood as and when they need it. You may look at this and say, how much money is on this? There's quite a lot of money in it, actually. But beyond the money, the thinking for us is we deserve the best as a people. If my daughter or my wife is in the hospital desperate for blood, I want to be rest assured that there's a system at least that can cater to them. And you can only try and imagine how many people we've lost to the fact that people couldn't get blood when needed. And this is something that came partly out of the last Social Change Summit. We've gone ahead to invest $25,000 in Temi. And Temi launched properly, I think, in May. And she's going to be telling you guys more about what she's been doing during the day. This is something I always show, and I know a lot of people don't like this deck when I show it, either home or abroad. A lot of people don't like it because these are really successful entrepreneurs. They're well known. Some people have bad memories of them, of those who get to read things. Some of them are really notorious for the way they conducted their business. But my fascination and interest in these four guys came out of what they created. Some of the things we enjoy today were created by these people. Imagine what life was like before mobility. Before you had cars moving around. Imagine someone coming up with the idea that if I create a car, mankind will be better and is actually going to change society for good. Just imagine what that is like. For me, that's not ordinary business thinking. That's not ordinary, I want to make money. Because the probability of you building that solution and it becoming successful is quite slim. It's something that was not done before. You know, there are businesses you do that's been done, so you can point at cases. You know, you can forecast that, you know, X number of people will need this. You can show that it will become successful. Or just imagine what it took for someone to decide I was going to lay railways around the whole of the US. Just think of the kind of thinking that required. You know, or for someone to decide to build the first bridge with steel in the history of mankind. So for me, I try to look away from the negatives around some of these figures, and I try to look at the thinking. What motivated someone to create a solution that could make them money but also change society for good? And I think this is the kind of thinking we need to be looking at in Africa, not just Nigeria, in Africa, because we have tons of challenges that we need smart entrepreneurs to solve. It shouldn't just be about solutions that you know will make you a lot of money. It should be about solutions that you know when you create will change the society for good and make you money as well. To round my long talk off, I think what I'm trying to now do is to show you our next step as an organization as CcHub. We've been around 5 years, going to 6 years, and like every forward-thinking organization, we've started thinking, how do we deepen our work? Because in that 5 years, we've been overwhelmed, to be honest. There's been a lot of interest from different part of our society in the work we do. And that's it's not necessarily a stop to what we've been doing, but we've selected two things that we think we're going to do really well in the next couple of years. And one of them is focused on education, but the other one is focused on actually building an investment company that is local in Nigeria. So we're not talking about a fund or an investment company that is based in Mauritius. Build something that is local in Nigeria that will fund next generation infrastructure. And the way we see next generation infrastructure is simply saying technology can help manage the infrastructure deficits we have on the continent better. And a good example of that is the blood system. So that's, to us, is an infrastructure. It's not hard infrastructure, but it's using technology to build something that can serve the purpose of everyone in society. And I think we're lucky again to have Omedia Network back us on this journey with the investment company. So together with Omedia Network, I think we're probably going to announce the details later today, but what we've done is we started an investment company which is called Growth Capital by CcHub, which in the next 2 years will be investing $5 million in local businesses using technology to improve our infrastructure. That for us is something we think is big. Our hope is that after the 2 years, we can demonstrate that there's value in building infrastructure with technology. I think people already know that. What we probably need to demonstrate is the fact that there are talented people locally who can do this. And hopefully we can then push that fund to be way, way bigger than that. The other thing which we've been piloting for probably three years, which is now becoming almost like a small side of CcHub, is something that we call Relearn. And Relearn is quite big for us. So we've been engaged in trying to see how technology can be used to improve education in Nigeria. And we come across quite a lot of challenges. So you will find that most secondary schools, for instance, actually have some sort of computer lab in them, most of them, even the public ones. But what you will find is the computer lab is often locked up because in some cases, the teachers actually can't make sense of using the computers, in some cases. In most cases, they don't have appropriate content on them. In most cases, they don't have appropriate content on them. So the best they can do is to pull up Microsoft Office word processing, which is useful as well. But we don't necessarily agree that that's the best you can do with a computer. In other cases, you find that electricity is a problem, so they don't have power supply. In most of them, internet is an issue. So with the support of a few organizations, we've taken education into school. And we came up with an idea where we were recruiting volunteers, mainly university graduates. We were creating content that are out there. Then we had our own program, which is somewhat tied to the national curriculum. We then trained these volunteers and we pushed them into schools to go engage the kids. So we were able to, we did a lot of that in Lagos State because the Lagos State government gave us the inroad into quite a number of the schools. So what I'm going to show today is the outcome. I'm going to show a short video before I pass the mic on. Is the outcome of that work we've been doing in the last 3 years. And based on that work, we've now built a practice that is called Relearn, which has a center based in Abuja. And that center is going to focus on trying to get more volunteers trained and get them into school. And what we said is the STEM Ed last mile. So that's the last leg of carrying So I think we're struggling with the video, so we'll probably show that video in one of the... Okay. So that's the end of my talk, and welcome to CcHub, welcome to the Social Change Summit 2016.
Thank you so much, Bosu. Thank you. Thank you to you and your team for not leaving this idea of Co-Creation Hub as a dream, but putting in the work to make it a reality. Thank you, Co-Creation Hub, for all that you do. Please, can you give them a round of applause again? Thank you, thank you. On a side note, and this is a secret, aside being an innovation expert, Bosu is also a fitness expert. So if you need fitness tips, don't say I didn't do anything for you. You know who to beat. So I'll run through something so that on your agenda, you would see a part where you have panel discussions. So when it's time for panel discussions, which is after the tea break, it would happen on different floors. So different tracks for different floors. So you will go to the particular floor for the track you're interested in. So I just wanted to mention that. The live stream link is cchubnigeria.com/summit/livestream. Again, it's cchubnigeria.com/summit/livestream. You can share that with friends who are not here. And the hashtag is SCS2016. So for our first keynote speaker, and I came across her entrepreneurial story recently. And I found it very interesting and very inspiring. She was not afraid to try new things. She was not afraid to venture on new paths. And she was not afraid to follow her passion. In fact, you would find that she did something with chemistry and then architecture, I think, then law, then there was accounting, and then she found herself in the furniture industry. So she wasn't afraid to fail, and she just kept trying regardless of what people had to say. Today, she's a multiple award-winning entrepreneur, and she chairs not-for-profit and corporate boards, and she's also the first woman to become the chairperson, board of directors for First Bank Nigeria Limited. Please make welcome the very lovely Mrs. Ibukun Awoshika. Thank you.
Good morning. Looks like a great, fun morning. Enough. Oh, sorry. Being deceived by the glass. The fun environment. And I'm very glad to finally get here. You know, I've been curious about CcHub for a while. But wherever there is a lot of thinking and energy and a sense of adventure, that's the place I like to be. Because I think life is about trying new things, about challenging status quo, about changing the norm. It's the only way you find out new, interesting, and great things. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but who cares? You know, I always say if you stand at the edge of the cliff and what you're seeking is down there, you're never going to know except you jump. What's the worst thing that can happen? You break a leg, so what? You get up, fix the leg, or hobble along, and go and do something new. So this feels like a place where there is a lot of that kind of energy. And for me, personally, I believe that there are few countries that have what Nigeria has in terms of the energy, the sense of adventure, the innate capacity to seek to make something happen, the drive and the push to create something out of nothing. If you consider, I always think about when I started business, and I was 25 going on 26, everything was difficult. There were no microfinance banks. There was no SME financing of any sort. There was no SMEDAN or any kind of organization that was focused on raising entrepreneurs. The word didn't even sort of exist in this part of the world. So there was nothing to incentivize you as a young person that graduated in the 80s to want to set up something on your own. And yet I look around and some of the great stories that you see today were created by young Nigerians within that space. A lot of the banks outside of, First Bank is the oldest bank in the country. 122 years old and still kicking. And it's great to be the first female or the youngest chairman they've ever had. At 53, I took over from a 74-year-old man. But the guys who created what you call the new generation banks were all in their 30s, most of them, when the banks were. And it was within difficult things. But simply by a policy change that was made by the government then, it allowed new players to get in to what was a traditional, conservative, closed industry. And if you look through the landscape, you would see that they have made a difference because they have challenged the traditional institutions to get up and get things done differently and get things done in a different way that creates value. So that is the power and the influence of opening up spaces for things to be thought about differently. Because you see, when you want to change a space, it's not, it comes in different ways. It's about how you think what has always been done. It's not always about new things. It can be about things that have been done for generations, but just choosing to approach it differently. When I think about Nigeria and what we need to do in terms of creating the kind of social change that will bring not just social, but serious economic change to our country. Because you see, you can take social as a welfareist word and hang it there. But that's not it, because when I thought about your topic, I thought, okay, you know, by putting social in the dynamics of this, it becomes, you can get confused as to where to take it to. But by smartly saying make a business case, you've tied the two scenarios together. So you're saying, let's change the way things are done in order to create an economic impact in the country. Assume that's what's behind your mind. The reality is, where we are now, look at our country and look at the things we have and list the things that represent assets to us. We have a large body count. So that can be good and it can be bad. So if you have a large population and you don't know what to do with it, you'd have a major liability in terms of how you're going to feed them, how you're going to clothe them, how you're going to keep them healthy, how you're going to provide all the needs. Ultimately, having so many people means you need to have so many roads to open up, many houses must be built, many things must be provided for. And if those people are not processed in a way that they become economic assets, which means that each single person is an economic contributor, not an economic consumer of the nation, then they become assets, because the additive value that is created by each person is what becomes the aggregate value of the nation. But on the other hand, if you manage to use your resources to create at least an average educational system that activates the minds of your people to be deployed in a way that they themselves become the engine that creates different values across different spaces. And I'm not talking about university degrees, because we all get confused once we talk about education. There are many people that went through the four walls of a university that are not educated, frankly. Because when you talk to them, they have not applied themselves to knowledge in a way that the knowledge that they have can create value. And there are guys that didn't even finish O-levels, maybe because of a misfortune or something in their family, but who have developed themselves by self-education and application to an area of opportunity that they have found. And through the application of their talents and their limited resources, they have ultimately created value for the nation. So if, in essence, we create a system that allows our people to become assets rather than liabilities, for everyone to be part of what delivers a drop of water into the economic pot of the nation, to let every mind have the capacity to look at one challenge, one situation, one problem in the country, and be the one that seeks, either singly or collaboratively, to find the solution for the segment of the problem that they have identified and they have a natural affinity for. Then ultimately we turn all our people to assets for our country. And then you look at the fact that we have such a massive youthful population. I mean, how many countries can boast of 65% of its population being under 40? That is the economic engine of any nation. Your mind is open You're more receptive to new things. You're receptive to change and to knowledge. You are the engine. You should be the engine of change in itself. How do we change the process that makes young people come out thinking, I've graduated for 7 years, for 8 years, I haven't found a job. What are you doing? Why would you waste 7, 8 years of your life waiting for anybody to give you a job? If the job does not exist, create it. If nothing gives you what you want, create what you want out of whatever is available. Destroying the sense of entitlement to the point that your mind is challenged to having a sense of self-responsibility with a commitment to being the change and not waiting to be changed. It's really how we are going to change our country. Owning process, understanding that this is your country. You're not a tenant in Nigeria. Nobody has given you a visa to be in Nigeria. You have a right, a legitimate right. The Constitution of Nigeria gives you every right. As a natural-born Nigerian in Nigeria. And what the entity called Nigeria turns out to be is what you have to deal with as someone that lives in it. Waiting for somebody else to change Nigeria into what you want it to be is a misnomer. Understanding that the guys who got us to where we are and the guys who might be taking us to where we don't want to be have fewer years to live in Nigeria than you do. If we just take age. But you have a responsibility to be involved in the process of the change that delivers to you the country that you want and the country that you want to hand over to your children. And, you know, the way I always looked at things is, this is how it is. This is what I think I can do. The challenge is, don't wait for anybody else to do what you know is right to do, to take the system, a business, a space, an economic activity, a social change activity, to take it to where you want it to be. What you need to do is to get started chipping at the block of what you despise, a little at a time, until we can achieve what you want. One thing I've learned in my 28 years of life, of business, and 53 years of life, is when you believe in something enough and you're convinced that something should be done and everybody else is still faffing around, so to speak, you get started with it whatever little way that you can, whether it's business, whether it's whatever. This is how I have ruled my life. Once you start, you've got an audience. There are people watching what you're doing. Somewhere along the line, one person is going to say, oh, I like what you're doing. Can I join forces with you to take this further? Now there are two, not one. A few meters down the line, there are 3 people that have joined up with you. So now there are 4 of you. There are 5 of you, 2 plus 3. And before you know it, you have an army of people. When I had concerns for employability and enterprise development in Nigeria, I invited some people around my dining table in my house. and we had a meeting about setting up After School Graduate Development Center, AGDC. It looked like madness. It looked like, I mean, how many millions of people are out there? No jobs, no this. How are you even going to affect this at all? But I didn't care, and I never care. Ultimately, we got this thing started. It looked like nothing was happening for a while. It's 7 years down the line. I can count the tens of thousands of lives that have been directly impacted. On the 20th of July, AGDC, Bank of Industry, working with the Office of the Vice President, will launch a 1 million new entrepreneurs project. When I first started talking about 1 million new entrepreneurs, 1 million, I'm like, yes, we have a problem. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 is not going to cut it. If we don't set a big ambition and a challenge that we can use to push the market, if 500,000 of them fail, we will have 500,000 new entrepreneurs. If they all employ 2 people, that would be 1 million new employees. A company that employs 2, within 2-3 years can change to a company that employs 5. If you multiply the numbers, we will arrive at creating, there's no way you're going to create millions of jobs overnight. The entire stock exchange, representing how much in terms of capital, employs only about 300,000 people. Go and check the numbers. First Bank is the largest employer of labor in the financial services sector. And we employ less than 20,000 people. The next person does not employ 10. Why? We are in the days where technology is a major resource for development, but it's also a major disruptive factor. The efficiency that technology brings to businesses, especially in the productive sector, eliminates body counts. I sit on the board of one of the FMCGs, and in one day, by installing a new efficient system of producing one of the products, eliminated. That's just one. The factory that produces your iPhone, your iPad, or something in China, in order to save itself issues of labor, paying underwage, and all of those labor issues, set up a factory that eliminated 1 million jobs by using robots. If you go into like the UK and you walk into like a Barclays Bank branch, you're not likely to find more than 3 or 4 people. Now, why? There's an ATM-like thing that collects your money, gives you processes, you make your transfers, you do everything, you do it all yourself. You can make your deposit, you can do this, you can do that. You can check your balances, you can print your account. There's only one teller sitting in the corner for major transactions that involve businesses and all of that. There are 1 or 2 people with iPads standing, just in case you want to make an appointment to see the person talking about mortgage or any of those other products that they want to sell to you, or to direct you to any of the machines and stuff like that. The average Nigerian bank branch still runs, the most efficient ones run with about 15 people. What, is that something for me to stop? Okay, just so I know. But that's the future and it's coming. What does that tell us? As jobs are eliminated due to it means that new businesses must, as a necessity, be created. Because what do we do with the human beings? Even if we achieve the efficiency and we achieve the economic results, how do we engage the minds of men if we do not create avenues and opportunities for human beings to be busy? That's one side of it. history seems like a mundane thing. But guess, for us as a country right now, it's something we must find a way to communicate. Most young people don't even know the history of Nigeria. Why? We don't teach history in our schools anymore. And most people don't understand the interconnectivity of the different, what used to be called kingdoms, of Nigerian kingdoms. But the bottom line is, if you understand history, even as it tells you that we were separate and were combined under a nation, the key thing is, communities don't remain the same for generations. Societies change, things happen. So we came from Yoruba kingdom, Igbo kingdom, Bini kingdom, whatever, and I don't care. But here we are. We are already a nation. We have been for 50-something years, for 53 years. The whole of Europe probably didn't sleep last night because everybody is anxious about what the British will do. Why? Because the power of a 500 million people market is different from the power of a 60 million or 60-something million people market that Britain represents. The power, that which drove them to unify, has empowered them. Oh, they have their problems. There's no system that is perfect. America is supposed to be the biggest democracy in the world. Well, if it turns up a Trump, you can see the problem. So there are no perfect systems. But the reality is, here we are. In this room, that God knows how many tribes represented. So who really cares about your little tribe? Okay, so I'm of Yoruba descent, but I'm a Nigerian. So you are Igbo descent, you're a Nigerian. You're Hausa descent, who cares? You're a Yoruba, you're this, you're that. Good for you. As at the last listing, there are 370-something Nigerian tribes identified. Can you make 370 nations out of those tribes? Will they even count? Will anybody recognize them or deal with them? Look at some of the smallest nations. I mean, Luxembourg is a rich man's playground, but so what? That's probably all. What is their influence or their power to influence in the rest of the world? When you talk about attracting investment into Nigeria, part of the attraction is the body count, the market that we represent, and the youthful viral population that is emerging. Why do we want to stick to a past that had its part, had its glory, but cannot support the future that we need in the competitiveness of today? You know, I always say to young people, don't ever sit down waiting to inherit your father's loot. You know why? Your father's house, no matter how big it is now, might just be a boys' quarters when your own mates are building houses. Why? Generations change. You are only competitive if you are competing in your own generation at the pace of your generation. Those things that were lying look, have you seen a man? I used to be an athlete at school, and I went to Methodist Girls High School here. Yeah, I still used to be an athlete at Ife, actually. Have you seen a man set to run in the 100 meters who can ever win by turning back in the course of the race? The past is your training ground, is your preparation. The times you fell, the times you failed, the times you missed your step, the lessons you learned from them, the things you took from there. But all of it is only valuable if you add it to the experience of the 10, 9, 10, whatever seconds it takes you to finish the 100 meters race. If you waste any part of that to look back, you can be sure that somebody else would have passed you by the time you turn back and you turn forward. We must let our past remind us of where we have come from. But we must never let it hold us back from where we must go. To continue to allow the past to be the one that determines our future. It should be a guide. There should be lessons taken from there. But our future does not have to look like our past. The fact that our tribe served us at a time and a season, that's great. If the person that knows what I need is an Igbo man and is a Nigerian, why do I care where he comes from? Because together we can create value. If I'm working on a major research to find solution to a major problem for Nigeria, should I first ask the people who apply to be part of it, who have the capacity, where they come from? When I'm looking for a teacher to teach my child to help him excel at his WAEC, must I check his tribe first? Or when I have a medical situation and I need the best doctor, how does the tribe of the man count? United, we stand. Divided, we do what? We fall. The destruction of this political ploy by the politicians. When you divide a nation into sections, you get to rule a section, and you use the section that you rule to negotiate power. That's what the politicians do. And we are foolish enough to buy into it. Your generation is the energy that drives something for or against. If you determine that we will work together, you come to a place like CcHub as a cluster. You're all thinking together. If your idea on its own cannot succeed, and the guy working in the cubicle 3 doors away is from Ibibio, and he has another partial knowledge, and some guy from Igala is in another corner, and if you take the 3 of you, merging your ideas together to achieve the results that will change the world, would you step back because of your tribes? Or, if you happen to work together, would you title the project Yoruba Man, Igbo Man, Igala Man's project? Wouldn't it just suffice to say a Nigerian team solved this problem? There are many areas of our lives and our society that we need to change things drastically. Yesterday and today, I'm teaching a master class in entrepreneurship at AGDC. And yesterday there was a doctor in the class who said to me, I resigned my job in April because I've been a doctor for I've been working for the last 20 years, and I just wanted some time away to think of how to do this differently. And she wanted to know how she could democratize health services and take the best health service to the poorest neighborhoods and yet make it economically viable. You need to think differently to do that. You need to think differently to take good education into villages and communities where they can't afford to pay for where those kind of education are available and affordable. You need to change the way we do things or change our country by looking at the challenges that face us as a nation, looking at those things that will affect the lives of so many people, and applying your knowledge, whether technology or otherwise, breaking this process as it is now, breaking it down, rethinking it and rebuilding it in a way that you can then take back and deliver to the populace what is needed in the form they can afford it. And yet you can change the lives of a whole community, and by inductive effect, change the life of a nation. Many things that we do right now cannot take us to where we want to go to. The way we do many things that we do cannot take us to where we want to go. They're two different things, what we do and the way we do it. The challenge is for you to have the courage to change it. The challenge is for you to have the courage to challenge status quo, to be willing to be mocked and laughed at when you start, to be willing to be different in order to pursue an idea. It doesn't matter if it really does make sense at the beginning. It doesn't have to. It didn't make sense for a 20-something-year-old girl that could go and work in a bank to decide to go into manufacturing when I did. There are times I told me I was stupid. But it turned out I was right. Because as much as I initially, like the young lady who introduced me said, I went through a whole phase of trying to really determine what I wanted to be. But every time I got to what I didn't want to be, I moved. I didn't wait there. Because if I don't know where I'm going, at least know where I'm not going. So if I get here and I say, this is not where I'm going, I move. Even furniture was meant to be transit. I wanted to keep myself busy. Shortly after Youth Corps, whilst I was trying to get a bank job, I only lasted 3.5 months in that furniture company. It was enough to show me that when I was in secondary school and I thought about being an architect, that there was credence to that thought. And that I did love design and creativity and all of that, but I hated that company because of their value system. And not liking the way they did things was enough for me to say, I can do this and do it differently with different sets of values. And that was what led me to set up my company. People always ask me, did you not think about failing? What's failure? It's nothing. So you fail, so what? I don't want to know a man who's never failed before, because he has nothing to give me. My failure represents stripes like a military general. The lessons I have learned, which is what I can share. Someone who has dared to try to tread in places nobody has is the one that would discover what nobody has discovered. We have a nation that is seeking courage. We have a people that must be willing to change the status quo and change the social order and change the way things are done in order for us to receive the true change that we want. I think we're on a journey. We started something. At least now, you'll be afraid to steal some money, because you never quite know who is going to turn up tomorrow and come and hunt you. But that's not enough. And it's not about government. There are more people than the people in government. It's about the citizens owning the process. It's about you and I owning the change. It's about you taking one part of our life, in one community, in one space, and being the one that turns it upside down. Let them shout, doesn't matter. Keep at it. Soon enough, you'll find a few people that will join you. After a while, it will make sense. But never be afraid to seek to change things, because what we have always known, how it's always been done, this is the way it must be done, this is what is acceptable, doesn't always mean that is the best and the most sustainable way, or the best and the most sustainable thing for the time and the season that we're in. It's a changing world. It never stops. So we can't afford to be tied to the past. The next time someone gives you a form, when they put state of origin, cancel it and write state of residence. When they ask you who you are, put Nigerian. Why? Until we own our problems together, we won't attempt to deploy all our resources together to solve it. We will continue to allow people to use things that don't count to blind us from the real things that count. It counts that we must be able to educate all our people so they can be assets to the country. It counts that we must be able to grow food to feed all our people by using all knowledge and technology and everything that is available to change the way things are done. It must count that every Nigerian, there's no Nigerian should die from malaria or something silly or stupid. That no woman should die from having a baby. That many simple, ordinary things that is destroying. 2 weeks ago, I went to visit a home. Was PBO home in Ilupeju? Not Ilupeju. In, I don't know, by Anthony somewhere. And it was such a heartbreaking experience to see many 13-year-old girls that had been raped and that were pregnant. And the home was keeping them to help them through. They were 13. The oldest person there was 16. There was a beautiful, tall, young girl whose ambition is to be a model. And she looks the part. But she's this pregnant. She's 13. 13? At 13, what did I know? But we're distracted. Do you know the way our people think? If the person who raped the girl is the stepfather of the girl, they will never allow him to be prosecuted. Even the mother will not, in some cases. We're caught in the things we call tradition, culture, or the ways our people do things, or the things we must protect. We're protecting the wrong things to destroy the right things. We need to change across the point, all spheres. Ultimately, once we cause the right change, it will translate into true economic change, because all our people will be unleashed upon the world to create value for our great nation. I challenge you to be the difference. Whatever space, you all have talents, and you have the ability and the capacity to mobilize resources and talents to cause change in different areas. We do need it. God bless you.
Please, can you give her, just keep giving her a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you, ma. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. If you have not read her story, please, I'd advise you to do so. And something that she said today about unity reminded me of a tweet she put out recently about being a Nigerian first. So we're going to quickly do the exercise I did earlier, if you're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor, I'm a Nigerian first. Let's work together to build a great country. Thank you very much. For our next keynote, we have two very lovely people from a media network, Stephen King and Ori Okolo. Stephen King is a partner at a media network where he leads the Global and Citizen Engagement Initiative. He has exceptional experience in applying media and technology to create positive impact. Ori Okolo is the Director of Investment for Omedia Network's governance and citizen engagement initiative, and she invests in for-profit and non-profit organizations that foster civic participation and increase transparency and accountability in government. Please help me make welcome Stephen King and Oreo Collar. Thank you.
So good morning, everybody. It's a great privilege to be here for the second time, although I have to say I question Bosun's timing. For last year I was forced to follow Mrs. Ezekwesili, and this year I've been forced to follow another dynamic Nigerian woman, Mrs. Awosika. So I've drawn the short straw on both occasions, and if I come again, Bosun, we'll need to sort this out, because I'm feeling very inadequate now as a result. So firstly, I wanted to thank everybody at Co-Creation Hub for for the second year putting on such a fantastic event. We at Media Network, as you heard from Bosun, have been delighted and proud to be sponsors of Co-Creation Hub since its inception 6 years ago. And one of the reasons we support it is because it is the focus for social innovation here in Nigeria. And you heard from Bosun earlier on about some of the initiatives and organizations and companies that have been incubated here. And we're really proud also now to be working with Co-Creation Hub on the next phase of their development. Bosun had explained earlier on about the Growth Capital Fund, which is going to be providing $5 million worth of investments into small and medium-sized businesses. Ori's going to take us through that report in more detail, but it allows us to invest in for-profit companies and also to give grants like a philanthropic foundation to organizations that have a social impact. And Pierre and Pam and Midia, our founders, really believe in the potential of the individual, that people are inherently capable, but it's lack of opportunity that holds them back. So everything we do in a Media Network across all of our initiatives is focused on helping people to realize that potential. Now, Ori and I both work for a part of that organization which focuses on governance and citizen engagement. And essentially here, we feel that individual opportunity is strengthened when you have capable and responsive government. And so what we're looking for here is we're trying to support organizations and initiatives that help to improve the relationship between government and its citizens and make government more responsive, make it more efficient, more effective, and more responsive to citizens' needs. So what we support, very briefly, 4 different blocks of activities. We're very much technology driven. So we're looking at the opportunities presented by open data to inform people about public services, about the conduct and the efficiency of government. We're also looking at, as Bosun mentioned earlier on, one of the organizations we support is Budget here in Nigeria. And what we're looking at here is how do you inform people about the way in which government is spending money? How do you follow the money? How do you track the revenues and the expenses of government, and to make sure that they're being spent where they ought to be spent. We also support civic technology, and what we mean by that is platforms that allow people to monitor the way in which parliamentarians operate and the way in which government operates as well. And then finally, and we're going to be talking about this, of course, in much more detail, is the work we do in independent media. Just to give you a sense of the kind of size and growth of our portfolio, so we've invested over the last 10 years about $177 million in governance alone, and about $26 million of that has been in independent media. So, and you'll see the green and the blue bars show that in the last couple of years we've really upped that activity and really upped our commitment to this work. So why independent media? Why is this an important part of governance? And I think, as Ori will describe through the Reboot study, technology has really changed the game in the last 5 years. Technology developments mean that everybody can be a reporter, everybody can be a witness. The whole concept of media is changing very rapidly through social media, through different platforms, and so on. We're seeing people's immediacy, the access to information that you couldn't have dreamed of 10 years ago is literally in our pockets and in our mobile phones. We also believe that independent, impartial media are a critical means of holding government to account. If we want more effective government, if we want more efficient government, we want more responsive government, independent media, if it works properly, can be a really effective means of holding leaders' feet to the fire and asking them awkward questions about what they should and shouldn't be doing. And investigative journalism is something that we also support as well. And the Panama Papers, which made news around the world, is a great example of how that works. So as I showed you the areas of our support on open data, on fiscal governance and civic tech, those are the kind of railway tracks, if you like, which enable accountability to better take hold. But independent media is the foghorn, it's the amplifier, which helps to produce this information in accessible forms and which allow people to access that on a more regular basis. So here's some of the examples of organizations we've supported around the world. We support digital, for-profit media companies, as well as supporting non-profit investigative journalism as well. And here's some of the examples of organizations we've supported here in Africa. Sahara Reporters, no doubt you'll be familiar with. So I'm going to hand over to Ori now, and she's going to tell us a little bit more in detail about the report that Reboot have produced. But again, I'd just like to thank CcHub for having us here and allow us to take part in this event over the day as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's the first time I'm doing a PowerPoint in like 7 years or something. But soon, you owe me. I normally prefer just to talk. And what an inspiring opening session. I remember Bassoon I've known, I think from Ushahidi days when we were trying to do the iHub, you were trying to do this. Then I joined Google, and this story never gets old. And I was told, well, you need to come to see what is happening with CcHub. They were just getting started. One floor, it was only this floor. And we got here with the driver, and I thought I was lost when he stopped outside, because Yaba was nothing. I mean, it's now 60 companies, but back then there was literally CcHub and Unilag as the outposts here. And I said, are you sure we're in the right place? This is a tech hub. I was expecting something different, and then we walked. The elevator wasn't working then. And we walked up 6th floor, and I mean, you could begin, and a lot of the budget was sitting here. Everyone was crowded, all here, and then there was the rooftop. But you could see sort of the passion and the belief, and lots of naysayers and people asking why he's here and not in one of the islands, and look at what they have done with the team. It's amazing. So big hand for the crazy people. The believers, and really just a testament to what we were told earlier, that change begins with you. No one else is going to make it happen for you. So I just want to start off with that. So a couple of things before I go into why we commissioned the report. I think one is we want to share some of the learnings that we're finding in terms of independent media, both from our investments and from work that we're looking to do going further. And for me personally, those of you who've heard me speak before, the power of the narrative is so important. Our ability to shape, impact, tell our stories, drive agendas, discussions. We were just talking earlier this morning about Brexit, and I mean, you think the whole world, if you turn on the TV, just the level of detail and analysis and that media is pouring into that story is quite amazing. But the power of the narrative, especially in Africa, is so important. And the power to tell our stories, to shape agendas is critical. So for me, it's also personal. I think, second, it's to share learnings, and this is really intended to stimulate conversation. So I won't even go into lots of detail about the report so that you can actually read it, but we're hoping that this is a conversation starter, and during the various panels, I hope there'll be other insights that emerge and drive the conversation further. I think the other sort of driver for this, when I decided to do some research on my own, on there's a lot of media disruption in Africa, what's going on, what are the trends, there's zero, almost, writing on the opportunity, the size of the market. I think only Eric Kaku has done a report on this, the consultant. I see Pulse is here. Maybe when they were deciding to invest, there were some stats that they used, but there's very, very little case studies, research, data, and all the examples that are being shown for media disruption. It's New York Times, Atlantic, Pointer. And so really part of it is to start to build a regional knowledge base of what's happening in our continent as far as media and disruption. I think second, in terms of if you're interested in the methodology for the research, it's all in the report. So I encourage you to read it. But also we worked, Reboot has a great team both in Nigeria and Ghana, a series of in-depth interviews with about 58 respondents, including media, government, and civil society in those two focus countries. And just a disclaimer, the lens that we wore was around civic engagement and governance, so some of the lessons are more applicable to that. And this is the Social Change Summit, after all. But I do think the lessons in the report apply much more broadly than beyond sort of the power of independent media to affect social change. So I hope you find, whether you're looking at media from entertainment, from lifestyle, for sports, I think some of the lessons still remain very, very applicable. I think the final sort of thing for Nigeria specifically, you're quite dominant in terms of shaping narratives, music. Go to any Kenyan club, I think there's a whole set, at least an hour of just Nigerian music, and it's the same in weddings and so on. For entertainment, TV, Nollywood, go to any government office in Nairobi. It's on Africa Magic, the same like in Lagos and Abuja. And literature, obviously, you have your Chimamanda, you know, any prize for literature in Africa, you sort of have to struggle among the top 3 Nigerians for other African countries to emerge. And for me, the question is, why aren't we dominating in media? And independent media in particular. you have the talent, you have the resources. There was a high moment when with Next, and in fact, we were joking yesterday that the Next alumni, like the McKinsey alumni, they're everywhere. I think any media organization we run into, Red, Zikoko, Cabal, everywhere, and Premium Times, Cheta, with what he's doing now with SPM. And if you look at just that alumni alone, what a deep bench Delhi built. And so why did you stop there? Because clearly you understand the power of storytelling. And so for me, it's an open question when I look at the opportunities that why was that the high watermark, and why, what would it take to get back there again? So with that, you see, I hate PowerPoints. I'm still dodging it. But let's get into the presentation. I have a clicker here. There we go. So the first thing that the report looks at is sort of what's the underlying environment for independent media or media in general in Nigeria. The first thing, there is a low trust in media. And this is because of presumed partisanship, either from the owners or from the coverage. And it was interesting, some of the conversations we had yesterday, that even if you are independent, there is a lot of pressure to be seen as, are you especially right now, are you PDP or APC? Like there's no, we're speaking Premium Times, and everyone assumes there's sort of a big ogre somewhere in the background, because otherwise weren't they taking any bribes? So there's whether it's perception or real, there's very low trust in media. The second thing, I think we know this, but worth emphasizing, the heavy influence on advertising spend on editorial. Until today, again, another sort of anecdote from Premium Times, the Renault story, and an advertiser cancelled their spend immediately, 24 hours later. Quite a prominent person. We should be progressive. And so this pressure is very real, and you combine that with low journalist salaries and so on, and so there's a challenge. So how do you stay true to editorial and pay your bills at the same time when even as we shift to digital. So before we thought the presumption with Next, they could shut down your printing press. Premium Times is digital only, but they need advertising to survive. So there's no threat of shutting down your printing press, but there's a threat of how you're going to pay your bills if you want a story about me. And then finally, there's entertainment sales, right? So we have Linda Ikeji and in fact, most of the dominant, if you look at the top Alexa numbers, is entertainment. That's not unusual. I think Donald Trump sells, right? That's why he's a big phenomenon in the US right now. But I think it crowds out to figuring out a model where there's a balance between the humans will like entertainment, will like gossip, will like reading about the big fall of, the next big person. But how do you balance that? Of reporting, I think, is the challenge. And particularly in Nigeria, there's very little analysis, sticking with the story, following up on it. What does this mean for you as a Nigerian? It's sort of very touch and go, and you move on to the next thing. So those, I think, are some of the observations that I've seen in the report. So there are two main sort of audiences for this when we were doing it. We're hoping to get a few more funders in the room, but most are out of the country or in Abuja. But as funders, both grant and investors, what does the lay of the land look like, and what role can we play in either seeding innovation or bridging the gap that we see? I think one of the statistics in the report is that out of the total X billion of development spend annually, or philanthropic money annually, only 0.4% goes into media. And yet, you know, if we're funding governance work, so budget could be doing great work, if no one is reading about the great work that budget is doing and what it means for them, is our investment really meaningful if their work is not being amplified? If the fourth estate is not around to keep leaders in check, is everything else that we're doing in terms of our investments meaningful? If CcHub is doing this amazing work but is strangled by corruption and because there's no one to put that on check, are we balancing things out? And so for us really looking at, should we be paying much more attention to independent media is important, and should other funders, and can we work better together? The second audience was for media practitioners. Are there emerging models locally and internationally to learn from, and what gaps exist in Nigeria and West Africa right now that are not being filled? And why now? I think one of the most interesting things about the study is sort of the role of the citizen in driving the shift. So when you talk about media disruption, a lot it's about the technology, it's about Twitter, it's about WhatsApp, it's about Facebook, and how is that changing media? But at the heart of that is the individual. So who's using these tools and how are they shifting? Kenyan news nowadays, when you watch it, half of it is what's trending. You know, they even say trending on Twitter today, and that's a lot of what the individual is able to push back a little bit more on the narrative. So that's one. And I think in Nigeria you saw this in particular with the last election, that the individual, beyond the vote, was certainly a lot more influential in terms of driving a lot of things around the elections. Second, you're seeing media influencing government and vice versa in a way that's a bit more two-way. And then third, you're seeing government responding both to citizens and to sort of then trying to interject themselves into the social media space in particular. There are a number, Tolu couldn't be here, you know, the appointment of people like Tolu, like Egghead, this very heavy investment in government being present in that space tells you something. It's not just so that they can manage a Facebook page, it's there's something there that government wants to insert itself into. And so, what are we seeing around citizen views? And I'll just move over to the next. So we see that. I think first is that official narratives are being upended. And so what could have been normally a press release that appears in the newspaper that's unchallenged is very quickly you're able to go on, counteract, give your narrative, someone responds, and so the concept of official is being upended. I think, and what are those implications for media outlets that have normally relied on the official statement when there's an army now of citizens who are fact-checking on their own and counteracting that? I think that the second thing is speed. You know, if you're not online between 9 a.m. and 5, like a whole story could have started and ended before you've even put a whole package together. And so, you know, as a traditional outlet, do you compete with that? Do you provide something different? Because it's becoming too noisy, so people are then looking for analysis, but the speed is so quick, and what does that mean? And then you're seeing the rise of influential individuals online, not just in entertainment. You have your Omojuas, your this sort of own the media house in their own, with their laptop. And what are the implications of that? I think shift also happening with media, sort of the two-way now is important. Sahara, for better or worse, pioneered this. A lot of their stories are driven by citizens and citizen reporting, and this was initially by necessity at the time. Sowore was in exile and couldn't have a team here. But now it's standard. You, as a media outlet, you have to engage with your audience and include citizen perspective. I think you're seeing a steady sort of sticking to the story, at least with regards to corruption, and so it's now it's not a flash. It's staying. I think that's new, and of course the social media integration. Whether it's I was following some tweets and people who are attending, they're like, catch me on Snap. You know, while I'm here, you're seeing in the US, those of you who are following the sit-in, you know, they shut down C-SPAN, and all of a sudden Periscope was a media channel. And so those, it's not just a US phenomenon, very, very much something we're seeing here, and particularly the power of video and short-form video is a shift. I think so government response. What are some of the trends we're seeing? I think online support is now a form of political capital. Whether it's trolls who are paid to sort of camp in your mentions or respond to issues, whether it's investing a little bit more in shaping that narrative. I think you're certainly seeing that, which is different. I've talked about scaling presence on social media, and I think more responsiveness to public conversations. And you know, a case in point is the First Lady and the Thursday conversation. You know, what's that? The blurring between official, public, a national issue, First Lady, is all sort of coming together, and they're having to think about how to manage this more carefully, I think. So what are the opportunities? And I think there are two main categories. The first one is around activated audiences. And I'll just go through all of them. And I'll go through what we mean by activated audiences. But why does it matter? I think given particularly the role of the individual in all the forms of media we're talking about, and particularly with technology, your ability to ignite dialogue and conversation with that individual user is becoming much more important for your success. I think understanding what makes audiences tick and why it's essential is something that stood out a lot in the report. And finally, given the challenges of monetization and figuring out, you're moving from sort of your traditional, even banner ads and placing an ad in the paper, a lot of it depends on understanding your audience very, very well. And so that is not just about spurring action or change, but also how you get to pay your bills. And there are three elements, I think, of activated audiences that stood out. The first is acquisition, and activation and action, and I'll go through them just at a high level so that you can read the report to find out more. So acquisition, I think a lot of the focus has been, until now, you know, how many followers, what are your page views, what are your uniques, and even us as funders and investors, we're moving away from looking at those sort of as metrics of success. And those organizations that really stand out are really going deeper in either a niche or just understanding their beats and how to adjust to it. So in Nigeria, Wazobia stands out. They understand their audience and they adjust to it and they keep up with them and sort of both in terms of entertainment, in terms of impact, It's the only radio station I listen to when I'm in Lagos, although I've been told now Urban FM is something I should turn on to. And one of the shows yesterday morning was the Office of the Citizen, and they had a young woman from Budget talking about, and callers could call in and ask about projects in their area and what Budget has found out about them, and there was the role of whether whether constituency funds really matter, or are they just being wasted. And this was a very sort of engaged, it's a young woman talking on budget issues, and callers calling in to ask about their constituency, trying to find out more what Budget does in a language that people can relate to. And so that kind of, if you can't go wide, go deep, if you don't have the resources, they stand out. BBC Hausa Radio actually is winning a lot of awards just because of how they've been able to tap into that particular community. And I think what seems to be untapped here is more local language opportunities, regional. I was speaking with Chet yesterday about there's a radio station in Anambra that's apparently, if you're there, it's doing really, really well. And so I think if we look at how big Nigeria is and what the opportunities are, local, regional, going deep is untapped. I think as funders, what's our role? We can support more research into mapping those opportunities and into understanding what the needs are, and the gaps are much deeper. So if you come and say, look, I have X radio station and Red Media, I want to do more in the north, how do I get in there, what are the gaps? We should be willing to walk that journey and help them explore how to target niche audiences. Global organizations that stand out, two of them we've supported. ProPublica is one, and they're just focused on the public interest and going very, very deep into that. News Deeply, they do niche areas, so there's, on Syria crisis, if you want to go that, you can go very deep. And I think this is more just in terms of they're spending a lot more research on understanding the audience and tweaking everything from placement of stories to headlines, subbing news locally, I think, and there's a case study about them in the report, and they certainly stand out in terms of audience acquisition. The next is the activation. So people are coming to your website now, they know you. How do you keep them coming back? How do you keep them sticky? I think two things stand out there. As practitioners, again, moving beyond basic metrics, sort of tracking every day what they're responding to and adjusting to that. I think as funders, doing more to invest in tools. So, you need to go more beyond. Google Analytics is not going to cut it for you. In fact, there's Sahara Reporters is part of a cohort now from an organization we funded in the past, where they're, and it's looking at 6 different investigative organizations to track the impact of the story. So a lot of times you find that they might break the news, and then someone else follows up and does now a proper sort of report, and it's always hard for them to come back and say, well, this is the impact of our story. But the organizations now that are working to go much deeper and help you as a news organization of your premium times, okay, but did your story really have an impact? And they're helping them track that. I think examples that stand out, Rappler is one of our investments in the Philippines, and they have something called a mood monitor. So if you read a story, instead of asking you to like it, how do you feel? How did the story make you feel? So going a bit deeper into less, again, likes or stars or whatever and comments. It's really trying to find out more and then building that back into the stories that they run. Zikoko I love, first because you go in for like 5 minutes and half an hour later you're still there wondering what the hell is going on. And the little tricks that they do, it pops up and it's so easy to share quickly on Facebook, and what they figured out is first how to churn good consistency, and trust me, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And I'm in Kenya reading Zikoko. Why? Because turns out, the average high school experience for a boarding school for a Nigerian, pretty similar to a Kenyan boarding high school experience. And so they're beginning to get a sense of this. Some of it is Nigerian, a lot of it is African, a lot of it is diaspora. But I think for me that I can lose myself in that site, even though I just saw something quickly on Twitter is interesting. And they're really doing a lot on audience engagement. And Vox also stands out in terms of, once you're on, how do we keep you here and engage with our stories? And then, social change, action. Again, the lens we use is sort of saying, if you have the independent media, you've built it, ideally you want your stories to drive something more, whether it's better scrutiny, whether it's outrage, whether it's a response from government, whether it's a clarification. So how do you do that? I think we're in the governance lens, pegging the content to political promises. I think the Buhari meter collaboration between Premium Times and Budget stands out, where after 100 days you're sort of saying, what did you promise, and we're following up. I think as funders, we need a long-form, deep investigative it takes time. So we funded the Ghana, I don't know anyone who followed Anas, who did the big expose in Ghana, that got 30 judges fired. Took 2 years to get that story, and lots of threats, and worried about because he actually paid bribes. So there's that, to get the story, and so the implications of all of that. Someone has to be willing sometimes to back that in terms of impact, so that's the challenge for us as funders. Okay, I think the elections were very interesting also. I think the collaboration between citizens, media, the results, the real-time situation room. I mean, we were all glued. I followed the entire Nigerian election on Twitter. I think everyone did. And it sort of upended the role of INEC, government, whoever. Those were secondary to sort of this collaboration and marshalling of efforts of civil society and media and leveraging technology. So I think those are the moments for me that's in the report that stand out. I just flip through this quickly. We think the opportunities, one, at the individual level, to the extent that your homoduers and other individuals are standing up as powerhouses, can we equip them better to do more better? You can't ignore them. They're influential. Should we resource them better? Is there a platform we can create for freelance journalists? So maybe you want to do a long story on an issue, but not all the time. Can there be a platform for that? And training on business, how to monetize, and so on. And Bloomberg is actually doing a lot on financial reporting for individual journalists, so can we extend that? I think at the organizational level, core funding, something that stands out, Omidia does core funding, one of the few, so we very rarely do we do programmatic funding. We try and help you actually pay the bills. And you find, again, I'll use Premium Times as an example, they're getting a lot of grant funding, but it's for very niche, particular reports. They still have to pay rent, and so on and so forth, or they're going to write a story that might cost them advertising. So can we support them at a more base, sort of core level? Can we be more responsive to the stage of where the organization is, so perhaps seed ideas and allow for experimentation? I think those are the gaps that we're seeing as funders. And at the field level, this is already a conversation we've started in South Africa, where several of us pool funds across, whether it's grants, investments, and so on, so that we're de-risking each other. And the same here. I mean, there's a lot of money locally. When we're doing growth capital, my challenge to Basun was said that I'll give half if you find half locally. And he did. And so I think the same, it's not just international funders. To the extent that they're investors locally, can we get them to look at media as an opportunity in a more structured way? And then finally, can we build sort of back-end tools? That way, if digital is not your strong suit, you just want to write the story, are there CMS platforms that, I sort of worry when I see every new sort of startup coming up with their own digital tool and their own sort of, and perhaps we're better off funding a shared resource that they can just tap into and go ahead and do the storytelling, which is what they do best. So, conclusion, citizens at the center of the media shift. Funders' role is critical across all the levels I mentioned, and I think we hope the report has useful lessons for practitioners as well, and this should be an ongoing conversation. And yeah, if you want to know more, please, the link is on our website, it's on Reboot's website, and big thank you to the Reboot team who did an amazing job of pulling this all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen and Ori, for all that you do and for that presentation showing us the importance of independent media as a catalyst for social change. And that reminds me about our hashtag for today, which is SCS 2016. There's so much information in this room. Please don't keep it to yourself. Share it on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever, and use the hashtag. Thank you. I'd like to call on Mr. Bosun Tijani. He had something he wanted to show us earlier. So.
Thank you. I still think it would be good for you guys to see my video, which is why I'm back. But I think it's also a good opportunity for us all to actually appreciate the folks at the Media Network. I don't know that many investors in societies that as modest as a Media Network. I always tell people that, they don't say it themselves, but I always tell people that the surge and interest in technology that we're seeing across the continent today is actually largely thanks to them. You guys may not know, but I'm sure Chude can testify to it. Enough is enough, for instance, that use social media to engage most of us. Your core funding at the beginning came from a media network. How many people know of Paga in the house? So Paga got some of their early proper funding from a media network. Hotels.ng, proper funding. So you help me out, which are the ones? Quite a number of them. Budgets, for instance, Premium Times, you know, Sahara Reporters. We can continue to name them. Like the footprint is incredible. And so many other organizations that you guys don't know. And for me, I think what they're doing is one of the best investments anyone can make in Africa today. There's a lot of risk in it, so a lot of people are not interested in doing it. They don't fund your traditional kind of organization. They fund people like me, you know, where if I turn up, people will look at me and say, no way. You know, that's the kind of people they fund. They fund experimentation. They fund crazy people. And I think in the process, we've stumbled upon really, really good ideas. You know, Ushaidi, for instance, came from them largely. You know, a lot of people may not understand what that means. Not just from what Ushaidi has been able to do, but from a tech point of view, Ushaidi was one of the few organizations that gave all of us hope that you can actually build great product from Africa. Ushaidi has been used almost everywhere in the world, for instance. So he was part of that as well. So you know, before we move on to my video, another round of applause for them, if you don't mind. So we're going to be going for lunch, but before then, I still want you to see this video, and my tech team is still trying to make sure that you will not see it. But what I want to do is also celebrate the young lady that's been leading the use of tech for education in secondary schools at CcHub, Desiree Craig. Come on. Desiree is just like the typical CcHub person. She's been with us for a long time. She actually came in as part of an education startup. She went to the UK to study, returned to Nigeria, and we said, you know, as we talk about using technology smartly, we need to find ways to start to teach young people how to build with technology. And she took on the challenge. As a then, we started with Bot Club. She took it on and modified that to something that we now call Geek Club. She took it from there, started taking technology into schools with volunteers, and now we have a center set up for Desiree. And I think this video is going to speak to the social impact of the work she's been doing. And do you want to talk a bit about your target? What's your target for Relearn?
Okay. So the next, or maybe I should just tell you a bit about Relearn while we wait for the video. So the whole idea of Relearn is basically to help schools and students use technology in smart ways. So for instance, as Bosun said earlier in the morning, there are lots of schools that have lots of investments in terms of ICT. So lots of corporate organizations like MTN, other organizations, refurbish labs and equip schools with computer labs. But the labs largely go unused because they don't have content, one, and two, because they don't have the teachers don't have the appropriate skills to deliver the content. And so what Relearn does is to basically curate content, because there are lots of resources out there that would help students learn better, and also capacity development. So we take on new graduates that don't have work, don't have jobs. We take on students in final year in the university, and then we train them and deploy them into schools. So basically, we bridge the gap between the lack of content and also the lack of capacity. So we'll play this video now from one of our programs called Geeks Club. There seems to be a bit of a problem with
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research. It's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when we started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing it's something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just makes things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
I go to other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when you started the program.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just makes things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
I go to other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make some friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make some friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when we started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when we started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when we started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
My name is Chude Jidonwa. I am managing partner of Red. Red are owners of the future project Generation Y and Red Media Africa.
My name is Osagi Alunge. I work for Pulse Nigeria. I am a journalist.
It's fine. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. No. Okay, it's working now.
Hello.
So I was saying one of the best things about the panel is that there's a span of everything from TV to digital only to new media to entertainment, why Niger, politics. And so really the span of media is so broad. And so hopefully we have a very interactive discussion, and it's young and sort of disruptive. So I really like it. And let's see where the conversation goes. So I'll start off just in order. Maybe we'll start with you, Chris. And then you can walk down. There's no question that there is disruption in media happening right now, even though the traditional sort of your print and radio are very strong. But how is the change or the shift that you're seeing influencing your work or your organization?
Thanks. I think it's influenced it in many ways. In actual fact, the way TNS started was because of the need for that kind of change. I started TNS because I just couldn't find reviews of Nollywood films anywhere on the internet. It's as simple as that. And I'd been invited to South Africa sometime in 2010 to 6 Nollywood, they called it scholars around the continent were picked, and I was one of them. And MultiChoice South Africa was sponsoring this thing at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where I was asked to come and deliver a paper. And in writing, after my research, I needed reviews of Nollywood films. And I went online, which is what you do, and I just couldn't find reviews of Nollywood films. If I found any, I probably found an article in the New York Times or the Guardian UK where, say, Kunle Afolayan or Tunde Kelani or any of those guys, or any of those documentaries where you fly in and you're doing 12 hours and you fly back out and you're an Nollywood expert, that kind of thing was all I see. And I remember walking to Rockets from a hotel, and I was saying to my friend and sometime business partner, Yenade Kunle, that I'm writing this paper and I can't find reviews of Nollywood films. I'm going to start a blog where all we do is review Nollywood films. And it was like, yeah, great idea. So how is that going to fund itself? If you know Yenade Kunle very well, that is going to be one of the first questions he throws at you. And I said to myself, okay, so I didn't think of money. I just wanted to review Nollywood films. 4 years down the line, we did kick off TNS, and today we review 2 films a week. So in the 18 months or thereabouts since we kicked off, you can do the numbers of how many reviews of Nollywood films are now available by the click of a button online. It's not perfect, it's going to take a while, but I think that if you mention to anyone in Nollywood who's about to review a film and say, are you going to invite a young man called Andrew Oke to your premiere, the person will say, please hold him at the door. He must not see or review this film. And that's the kind of disruption and impact you want in an industry like ours. And that's what we've been able to do, brought upon, of course, by realities. And that's what we've been able to do in about 18 months. So yeah, that's what we are saying. That's what it can do in the business. Nollywood suffers is data averse, I like to say. We have absolutely little or no gathered empirical data. And if we achieve anything at TNS, it is the hope that we can get to a point where you can ask me via a telephone call, or you tweet at me and say, Chris, so how many films were made in 2016? And what's the average cost? And how much did they, well, sadly, Silverbird was taken over by Amcon this morning, but not very sadly, because you send an email to Silverbird and you say, how many films did you guys put up last year, and what's the average? And no one ever answers you. Hopefully with Amcon coming in, someone can reply emails at Silverbird. Yeah.
And then I'll ask you whether you answered the question of how will this make money, but we'll come back to that. Or maybe not. Viola?
So answering the question, I'm going to tell a little story about what you just said. So one of the things that I think TNS is doing that is totally disrupting is actually questioning filmmakers and actually telling people you can't just say what you feel that you want people to say. So I think someone said, oh, this movie is the highest grossing movie in Nollywood. You can't really say that if you're not going to tell, oh, it's made the highest return on investment. You can't say that unless you tell people what the investment is. And I have to say that you guys boldly took this on. I didn't see anyone else that actually asked the question of saying, how much was invested in this before you can say there's a huge return on investment. So I want to say thank you and congratulations for being brave, because it is brave, because it is not an industry. It is not an industry where people actually ask people in authority questions. So congratulations, and really thank you for doing that. And I think that kind of stopped that conversation, and I think that's what people like you can do with platforms like that. So congratulations and thank you. How has sort of everything that's happening in media changed the way we think about business? I'm going to tell you how it's changed the way I think about business and the way I think about our business and why I decided to start the company. So for many years, I'd always worked at big corporations, I'd worked for big media organizations, and when I resigned in my last position, I was probably engaging in the same, like very similar type of big organizations. They had, a couple of people had offered me jobs, and I had actually said yes, and then I said no, and then I said, let me think about it. But then what I really kept on thinking about was, in taking these roles, how is any of this going to change the narrative and the stories about what we tell and who we tell it to? And one of the things that we love to say is how the West tells our stories. And I really feel like after 8 years of like working in this industry and being back, I really still don't understand why this is still part of something that we talk about, or why this is a big part of our lives. But it is still part of our discussion about what the West tells us and how the West tells our stories. And what I continually see is that there's so many ways that we can disrupt the different types of stories we tell. And so I wanted to say, how can we as an organization be either doing consulting, but as we're doing consulting, helping clients build the type of businesses that we want to see in this media sector, helping people understand how to make money in the media space. One of the things that I also want to say is I've done a couple of due diligence on media companies, and actually media was in 2 of the companies. You guys were the ones that started the seed funding, some out of South Africa and in East Africa. And so it's really exciting to see the type of companies that are coming up and the type of platforms they're building. And one of the things I kept on saying was, at the end of the day, the most important thing that you can do is still develop content. No matter what type of content you're developing, how can we continue to develop content that keeps people asking questions, that make people care, and that make people want more? And so in that sense, we really started to think about what type of content we want to develop, what type of things speak to us as a group. And this is why we developed our first show, which is called Bukas and Joints, if any of you have seen it. Thank you. And this was really something that stemmed from the way we talk, the conversation we're having around food in the country and on the continent. And I wanted to really talk about how we actually consume our food, and that a lot of times it is in the traditional form, sometimes it is in a fusion form, and that is what we're doing. And this really has, for us, been the best way that we feel like we can make a contribution to the narrative. And as we've gone into different places and into different institutions of food and changing the conversation around that, we've been able to actually improve this level of service that people offer. People have been really asking us questions around cleanliness and what type of other services we can provide. And the other thing that we've really started to talk about is how we can work with people and educating people about switching to clean energy. So it's almost sort of like you go in with one thing, and I think that's the power of disruption. You actually start to even disrupt your own model. And I think that's really what we're finding around the content space, around the creative space, and around any platform that you build from a media perspective. If you don't have the right content, it's not going to thrive. So for us, it's really been about how do we create the best content that make people care. And that's really how we've changed the way we think about our content. Thank you.
I'm trying to say something that makes me sound smart.
I don't think you need any help.
I think for me, so you know, I have conversations with people where it was a media festival last year. There was this debate over should media companies become technology companies or should media companies be media companies, because we are facing disruption and we are dying and people are coming to steal our audiences and etc. You know, and there's panic everywhere. And for me, I think that because those of us who created media companies, I mean, Why Naija and all these shows were created in 2012 or 2011. By that time, we already knew that the world was going into a new space. And so I think when people say that, I think media companies should be media companies. Media companies, every company, all through time, in the distribution of media, when TV came, they said newspapers were going to die. When this one came, they said newspapers were going to die. There's always been technology advancing industries. And even though online looks like a huge change, there was a time when TV was a huge change. There was a time when the distribution, printing and publishing was a huge change. And so rather than media companies forgetting our core, which is telling stories, and trying to find out how to suddenly become app development companies or all of that, we need to think about how to tell better stories in a way that engages the disintermediated audience. And so for me, I think that the major thing is not in what tools people are using. The major thing is in how are they breaking down the news that they see. One of the remarkable things about, say, Robin Minds, for instance, is how many times, it's a TV show, how many times the conversation that is driven, so you produce this 1 hour show, which is broken down into 3 different segments, and then there's politics and etc. And what drives the conversation is a 50-second clip that Dino Melaye said on the show, or that Keith Daniel said about a press release for his age or something. And you're thinking this was a nuanced, complete controlled conversation. But you don't have control over how the audiences choose to consume that information. That for me is the real disruption. That for me, and it's not necessarily a technology disruption, more than it's a consumption disruption. It's a way its audiences have decided to take the information you present and to receive it the way they insist on receiving it. So the fact that you make it 1 hour doesn't mean I'm going to love it for 1 hour. The fact that you make it 30 minutes doesn't mean I'm going to love it for 30 minutes. You know, the fact that you tinker with the headline, you can bring me in today, but I won't return tomorrow because that was a scam. It's the way the audience have taken charge of that. And I think, I look at my new favorite platform is a platform called Instablog Nigeria. And Instablog Nigeria is for me the most important symbol of this platform. Instablog Nigeria simply reports a bulk of its drive comes from reporting the reactions of people. It's not necessarily reporting the news, more than it's reporting the reaction to the news. That for me is the disruption. And people, there was we saw an error in somebody said, oh, somebody wanted to say buy an automobile and say buy an autobiography. I was like, oh, I want to tag Instablog Nigeria. Like, are you sick? What's the matter with you?
What's the handle? Trailer Jam?
There's Trailer, exactly. Trailer Jam Show, yes. So those are more significant, those are more symbolic of the changes that the audience has taken charge of that kind of process. And I'm learning how to adjust from it, because I've been a journalist all my life, how to adjust from a produce and push point of view to an align and share point of view.
That's interesting. Before you jump in, my mom called me 3 weeks ago. She's like, you didn't tell me you were going to be in the newspaper. You know, African mom. I said, what are you talking about? I said, no, I read about you in the Star, you said this. So the paper had taken a tweet of mine. You know, my tweets are normally provocative. That's a story for another day. And had sort of made a story about like a series of tweets. So for her, I was in the newspaper and I didn't tell her. And you know, it's that, and the story was about a reaction to a story that was in the paper. And so just to add, actually, I never thought about it that way, that, you know, big insight number one, it's really less about content, but how it's content, but also how it's being consumed. All right.
All right, in terms of disruption, for Pulse, which is owned by Ringier is a company that is about 180 years old, started in Switzerland, and why they are very popular in Europe is because they were able to switch from print media to digital successfully. So they are the biggest printing press and also digital company in Switzerland in terms of publication. They own about over 300 products worldwide. They're in 10 African countries. So the disruption had already happened in Nigeria. Print media, what we call traditional media, which is really native media because they are also online, were a bit slow in publishing publishing kind of content, what kind of content, and time of marketing this content. What I'm trying to say is that if an event happened now and the papers are already been released, you would have to read about it in the paper the next day. So the disruption had already happened with the likes of Linda KG and, you know, the small blogs, breaking content and, you know, running the likes of Encomium and City People out of the market because basically took all their content and put it online because those ones failed to, you know, put up the content on time, understand that the disruption process was happening and, you know, quickly go online, set up an online website and feed the audience. So Ringier saw this, came into Nigeria, and very big in three things: content, e-commerce, and classifieds. But we're talking about Pulse here, which is content. And started in 2011 and fully launched in 2013. I joined in 2014. The idea was to see every Nigerian and tell every Nigerian story, especially from Nigerian's perspective. So what kind of content were we producing and how fast were we producing the content? Okay, so those were the two things we really focused on, which gave birth to Pulse TV, because we wanted to talk to more people, and we saw the fastest way to do that was to record it and put it on YouTube, interface it with our website, and share the products. So, you know, in all that, learning all that was a very, very, you know, interesting experience for me. I was working at Nigerian Entertainment today before. It's another newspaper that was print and digital. But, working with people who have already understand the best practice and just come into different local markets and replicate it, it was a very interesting experience. The disruption here is, like Trudy said, it is an ongoing process. It's so interesting that, we're seeing, I probably visit Instablog Nigeria more than Linda Ikeji right now, because I'm always on Instagram and I can just flip and see it. And they probably have everything, in short bites. They have videos, they have text, they have everything I need. So why would I go on a website when I can live all my life on an app? So another disruption process is happening. So for us, we've also understood that, and we're trying to see, okay, what's the best practice in this new disruption process? How can we implement it in our strategy and, feed our consumers?
As a global company, in terms of best practice, any nuances about Nigeria that are sort of unique to this market in particular?
So, I can't talk in their perspective, but if it's from my perspective, they actually don't know what's happening in the market. It's a fresh virgin land for them. So, they are big in Vietnam, in Asia. They've gone there, replicated it. But when they come here, it's a different process. They don't know the culture. They don't understand the people. So they rely on, who are the people we can work with in this market, who can interpret what's going on. So we work with them, and it's a very interesting synergy while and of course, a lot of fighting in the office. While we try to explain what Nigerians want to read, and how they can best, provide this on a very interesting platform.
Okay, so Chris. So two interrelated things. Is the shift to mobile? I was at Google before this, and we thought it would take a bit longer, but it's come. Smartphones, data is dropping. I think Nigeria recently prices dropped. Is that driving, shifting, tweaking things for you? And then as you look, you've sort of spanned a couple of years now, are there markets or opportunities that you're saying, I'm surprised no one has thought about doing this in the same way you thought with your consulting, in the same way you've thought with TNS? For all of you, is there the things you're doing now, but are there areas you're wondering why hasn't anyone jumped onto that? Basically, can you share some business ideas?
Yeah. But that would be like, everyone penciling all the stuff I'm waiting and hoping every day no one gets to cooking.
Just one.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I think that there's a big concern of mine, which I'm primarily a filmmaker. That's what I do. Every other thing I'm doing now, I have been forced to do because I wish they existed, so I wouldn't need to. But I do those things. I'm doing those things now because I needed a platform like TNS. In fact, I run the biggest risk. So when fellow filmmakers see me and their films are reviewed by Andrew, and they accuse me of all kinds of, in fact, they believe I am Andrew, okay? And I'm like, Andrew is a very young person. If I write film reviews, Andrew is actually nice, and they would accuse me of all sorts at events and all. And I run the risk because it means, like some have suggested, that I am sort of cutting away people who would want to work with me, and I've always argued that no, actually. I'm pretty good at what I do. If you need my service, you would come for it, we'll talk, and you would understand that it's nothing personal if your film has been bashed on the platform. There are many opportunities. In fact, I keep telling everyone at TNS that we are operating at 30%. Don't let any of the nice things people say, or the fact that you have industry attention, or the fact that people are bringing respect to the table when they are talking to you, or you go to a premiere and you introduce yourself as a TNS reporter and people are suddenly stop talking around you or are asking your opinion the moment you walk out of the door. Don't let all of that get to you, because that's just 30%. We should be operating at a higher level. So take Nollywood, for instance. TNS is true Nollywood stories. Nollywood is not restricted to Nigeria. Nollywood is a continental phenomenon. There should be TNS Kenya, there is TNS Ghana, there are aspects of Kenya or Kenya filmmaking I can't cover from Lagos. There should be someone in Kenya who is going to those premieres, who is telling us from Kenya that there is actually this person we should be interviewing. There should be someone in Ghana, there should be someone in South Africa, there should be someone everywhere. There are so many opportunities that digital technology allows us. So, for instance, I don't need to go open a physical office in Kenya or in Accra, in Nairobi, anywhere. I just need to put a foot soldier there who represents the realities of TNS and who begins to do the work there. There are many instances I've pulled myself back to say, okay, Chris, what are you guys doing here exactly? What do you hope to achieve with these reviews, these news beats and all? I have had to have a mental shift. There's a part of me that is very academic. I used to lecture in a university. And when my friend Ayeni said to me, okay, so we are doing all these stories. Now you guys are doing all these reviews. They are abusing you guys on Twitter every day and some are praising you and all of that. But the back end is not commensurate with the kind of attention you're getting. So the numbers are, when we started, were not great. So what makeup did Iyabo Ojo use this morning? And I'm like, are you serious? Are we going to sit here and worry about the makeup Iyabo Ojo is? Who the heck? I don't care. And he's like, wait now, you will care. Because the funding is, at this point, from our pockets. So I'm paying salaries from money I make from filmmaking. Do you understand? And you're asking yourself, so on the long term, you've got to look at other areas and say, what should we be doing? I think that our video content is too small for what we should be doing. But that's extra expense. And okay, so we are doing Facebook Live now. We want to do an interview. You put it on Facebook Live and all of that. There's a YouTube channel that we are doing that should be doing like 100 hours of content pre-launch. You have those ideas, then they are, how all of going to, and on the other side, you're fighting as a platform, and I believe that as business people, as media people, you should live or die as you believe. I do not separate CcHubNigeria from TNS. TNS is representative of the realities of CcHubNigeria, and I will defend that reality anywhere. So recently, foolishly, this government and a couple of people decided that some ridiculous bill called the Mopicon bill should be brought up again. It's been dying and re-dying and living for about a decade. As a filmmaker, I have my opinions. And as TNS is a platform I brought to life. So we have engaged Mopicon. I have engaged it as CcHubNigeria. TNS has engaged it. We have, of course, allowed different voices. So if you say something that is different from mine, I would publish it. But it's got to the point now where someone is then saying to me that, you are doing this TNS thing, and it's against the minister's wishes. Don't you think that when they call entertainment people, and I'm like, really? You are going to threaten me with the fact that Abuja is not going to give TNS money? As in, really? That's what we are now doing? So, yes, there are those many avenues, but Nigeria is also a very peculiar place to do business. When you tie your name and your person to that business, it's very, very difficult. So sometimes those new openings, you are wondering how far you should go.
So basically, the digital makes it harder to separate sort of the individual versus the...
Oh, yes.
And I'm sure it's probably the same with the...
Doesn't truly
so it's a battle we've been facing since 2012. It's a battle we've been facing since 2012. And in your case where you have robust relationships with people you are covering. Recently, Why Nigeria did an editorial on the Buhari and said our president behaves like a spoiled child. And, you know, my phones were blowing up on that day. I was praying. I was calling my mother. Can you get the prayer warriors? Because, you know, I mean, I didn't even see it. I mean, I wasn't the one who published this editorial. But, you know, the point at which people understand that Why Nigeria is not today's blog is a long journey. So I've even stopped explaining it. Like the other day, Patty Jalof did an article about one of my mentors. Says, shocking, this person doesn't have a photo with Muhammad Ali. And, you know, and people were, my phones were blowing up. Why would you write? I'm like, it's an auto tweet. Like, the fact that it tweets on my page, how come people don't understand these things 5 years? So that's certainly a huge challenge, especially in a transactional society like ours, where if you write, you know, Chris is talking about this thing. As a filmmaker, a popular filmmaker, I wrote a review. I resigned from writing reviews in 2011. I wrote a review about a filmmaker 5 years ago, and he still doesn't talk to me today, which is a huge loss because he's a huge filmmaker, perhaps the biggest. So, you know, he doesn't talk to me today. I'm still an enemy. So there's still a place where the personal is a professional in this space, and because of the communal nature of digital, it emphasizes that. People like, and it's because, you know, like Gorka is an expression of Nick Denton. The Huffington Post is essentially an expression of Ariana Huffington. I mean, even Vogue is an expression to a large extent of the character of Anna Wintour. Vanity Fair is an expression of Graydon Carter. But digital, because it's a smaller world, it's even worse in that situation. So you have to suffer that consequence. The more you disrupt, the more it gets personal.
You know, just to add to what you're saying, I think, you know, with all these problems, we shouldn't still lower our standards. You know, as publishing firms, you have your mandates, you have your mission and your vision, you should stick to it. You shouldn't have, you know, outsiders or people, friends of the house, trying to influence your style or your publishing style. 2 examples, you know, I had with Pulse. Last year, the election year was very big for us. We had our most traffic, second most traffic. We had our recent most traffic with the Tiwa Savage video. We had people reach out to us, wanted to pay us to publish, you know, stories about either sides, you know, and they sent it and wanted to pay us big money. But, you know, luckily for us, we are funded by, you know, a Swiss company.
Lucky for you.
Yeah, so we didn't need the money, so we turned it down. We literally turned it down. Then most recently, an actress had an interview with a very big international media organization. I wanted to come to our studio to talk about the interview based off that interview. We're like, okay, we can do that, but we'd also like to ask you our questions. And they're like, no. So she came to the office, it was going to happen, and I found out and I shut it down. She's probably our enemy now, but, you know, in a few years' time, she realized that we were doing the right thing and we're just sticking to business.
One of the things I did when I first moved to Nigeria and started working in a media organization was I would have people come up to me and say, well, we asked this person to come last year and they didn't come, so we don't want to call them anymore. And so one of the things I told the team, and I really believe this, is that in media, the one thing that will take you very far is to have the shortest memory in the world. No matter what people do to me, no matter what people say to me, when I see you the next time, it's almost like it's gone. Like I don't remember it because it's not that important, because it's not just about me. It's about what is good for the story, what is good for the story we're trying to tell, and do we need this person? And that's it. And I believe as media practitioners, that's what you have to do. Just to sort of answer your question, one of the things that was really interesting as we started to create content, we started to also create mobile content as well. So we were very conscious of how we want this content to live on mobile, and also had done video, mobile, and all that stuff. And then as we started to negotiate around the rights and the licensing rights in different territories with different people, it was really interesting how people were it was very restrictive in what rights we could actually put on our own platform. So we had to be very careful, and so there are a couple of people there are quite a number of people that follow our content and they keep on asking for where are the episodes. And as it is right now, because we're in our exploitation phase, there's very limited content that we could actually put online. So I always tell people that as part of your revenue generating strategy, you also have to decide when and where are you going to be able to generate the most revenue from. So as much as we're passionate about mobile, we are very limited about also how many minutes we're putting on mobile right now, that we're actually creating a whole nother mobile strategy just for that. So as we create content, the content has to be totally unique from what we're broadcasting for us to put on mobile. And I think these are some of the things that you have to struggle with when you're a small business owner and you have to make so if you're not a Swiss company and you have to make some very serious decisions, you have to do that. But when it comes around to things that I believe people are not doing, what areas of business that we're looking at, actually mostly what we decided to do is not focus so much on trying to do the things people aren't doing, but actually to find the people that want to do those things and invest in them. And so really what we're now doing is saying, we're very clear about what we do well and what we can help other people do better. And so we've been really engaged in looking at people that have great ideas that we can get in. One of the biggest things we also know about Nigeria is from a media perspective, it's very difficult to get funding, especially to get funding in the friends and family phase, which is really where you need to sort of go out there and get your seed round. And so we've also been engaging quite a number of creators, creatives, people with interesting technology. And in that world of technology and content, we've been looking at that convergence space and also trying to invest where we can partner to partner and where we could collaborate to collaborate. And I think that's really part of that shared resources that is going to change this industry and that is going to help most of the people here with great ideas bring those ideas to life.
So business opportunity actually is, we need the TNS for media in general. So because even as an investor, getting a sense again, as I said, the size of the market, the opportunity, how do I assess, is it worth the risk, is it experimentation? There's very little sort of, you hear of stories, just as you heard of biggest grossing, but then so I think anyone who invests in building that research and helping investors understand the market would do well. It's interesting, this company we met yesterday, he's here. I should have put him on the panel, Ventra?
Yes. Darren.
Yeah, you
They're
should
doing
know
some
him.
really cool stuff in the digital space.
And I think that, sort of this collaboration where people, you say, well, we're the experts on the business and the monetization, you're the storytellers, how can we bring these two together is, I think, an opportunity, and maybe we can go into it a bit more, but it was very exciting for me to meet them and see what they're doing, because this is exactly, I'm finding sometimes storytellers just really want to tell stories. They don't want to answer my due diligence questions. Understandably so. So yeah, I think.
But I think also that's a training process. I think that training process, I think if you go out to anywhere in the world and you meet the biggest producers, they're the best business people. So I think it's actually also about how we train the industry when it comes to monetization, when it comes to thinking about the audience, when it comes to how is this going to be distributed, what different distribution channels, and if you could think about that stuff up front, it doesn't necessarily mean the writer, but the producer who is producing the film, those type of engagements were things that these are things that I don't believe we're doing. There's a lot of investment that needs to be done in that area of actually training people, incubating those type of businesses. So you could be an established, a lot of producers in Nigeria still live on patronage. A lot of films that are being made live on patronage. Very few films actually make a real return on their investment. I'm sorry. But very few films do. And so some of the biggest filmmakers that are making films today, they're really operating on a very old art patronage model. And so it's really important for us to really start to rethink. And I think these are areas that we can really start to invest in, tools that people can start to develop. So I really hope that with TNS and the way the industry is changing, that we could relook at the ecosystem to make sure that it is sustainable, because the way it is right now, it is not sustainable.
So that brings me to the next question. Chris, maybe you can take this on. So how do you think about monetization? Or as you said, at some point you're like, actually, this is a business. Chud, we're talking yesterday, you've gone through a journey, you've sort of figured out how to cross-subsidize different things. Any lessons that you've learned from that process?
So quick story. Recently, we reviewed a film of a rather popular female director. On the day the review came out, So Shegun Odejimi runs TNS, is the editor of TNS. In fact, just so you people can help me tell people, a lot of the damage Shegun and his team do, I am unaware. I just see the back end and I go, okay. So the day we were going to publish that review was the day the director was also the producer, and she had contacted Shegun and said she would like some of our adverts and all to run on TNS's platforms. So Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and all of that. And Shegun had sent, what we do, you can send us all of your information, your trailer and all, we use for free. The whole industry, no one charges you anything for that from TNS. But if you want our social platforms to push for you beyond what we do for everybody else, then we'll send you a bill. So Shegun had sent her the bill, and she had said, okay, I'll do a transfer in the morning. 8 a.m. comes, and I see the review at the back end, and it's been set to go out at 9 a.m. So Shegun calls me and says, boss, I just saw Andrew's review on the back end. This woman is going to pay this morning. And I said to Shegun, 2 lines, never let them cross. There is that line and there is Andrew's line. That review has to go out at 9 a.m. Because we send it out at that time, we have made a promise to our audience that this review would come out at 9 a.m. on a certain day. You are not going to hold back that review because this woman is going to pay. So we let the review run. By 1 p.m. we hadn't heard from the woman. And Shegun says, boss, she didn't pay the money. I said, Shegun, that is perhaps because the review ran in the morning. And if she isn't going to pay, so be it. So when I think about monetization and all of that, and I heard clearly what Biola was saying, my point would be that we live in a very, well, I wouldn't say peculiar environment in Nigeria, but when you do film business and this kind of business in Nigeria, the reason most producers still run their businesses that way is that every other thing they need. So if I were to come to Ori now and say, this is what we are doing and blah, 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 you will naturally ask me for data. That data is not available. We do not know how much film make in the cinema. Nobody. So last year we did this thing. We wrote to Silverbird and we wrote to Film One, who are the 2 major distributors. Silverbird did not even acknowledge our email. Film One sent us an email and say, this film did this film did this film did that. So we say to them, can you send us this as an attached document? Because you see, when I do these things, I put myself in Chris Ihidero's shoes if someone else was doing it. And Chude would tell you, because I would have asked Chude, do you have empirical evidence that these were not figures someone, can you send? So I expected that people would ask us that. And they replied and said, no, this is privileged information. And I'm like, privileged information? I can tell you now how much Half of a Yellow Sun made in the US. I just need to go on the website. And I'll tell you, there is nothing like that for Nollywood. So they then sent us what they sent. We then did some graphics around it and put it underneath and said clearly that these figures were given to us by Film One. We did not have the chance to verify. We do not have figures from Silverbird, and we put it out. Guess what happened next? I got calls from university professors in the States. You know, all these Nollywood scholars who called in to say, we saw this out, Chris, on your platform. Is it? And I said to them, yes, to an extent. That's what was sent to us in an email. So if I'm going to go do funding, if I want to go talk to people, I need data. I work in an industry where data is not available. You do not know, the DVD market is dead. We do not know how many DVDs some of the best-selling films in Nigeria's history cost. The Nigerian Film and Video Censors Board does not have a place you can go to and you can get empirical data. Name it, everywhere you turn. So this year we are working on what we call the Nollywood Report. TNS is working on what's called the Nollywood Report. Guess what I have had to do? I have had to talk to...
I hope you're charging for some of it.
Who am I going to charge? Hopefully, I will find a way to monetize it. So I've got to go to a friend who runs a research company and say to her that, you know what, there is this idea of a Nollywood report that I really want to do. Let me be able to tell people that if you make a 5 million naira film and you do A, B, C, this is most likely the outcome. In Nollywood, this and this and this and this. This is what the, if you ask me, what is the highest grossing, the highest paid actor, what does he or she earn in Nigeria? I can't tell you empirically, but I can tell you that if you want to use Mercy Johnson for an Asaba film, you probably will be paying her 2 million. She's the highest paid in that period. And I can tell you that all the films that go to cinema in Lagos, not one of them can pay anybody 2 million naira. With all their shakara and premiere, I can tell you that because I am in the industry. But if you ask me for evidence, I can't provide any. If you ask me how much does the average director earn in Nollywood, as Chris Ihidoro, who is a filmmaker, I can tell you that if you go to Asaba, you probably are doing, for their major guys, the ones that turn it out quickly and have names, you probably are doing something between 400 and 600 per film, right? If you ask me, for those guys that do cinema and call themselves New Nollywood in Lagos, I would say, I don't know. So monetization, that's from film. So for TNS now, it's a peculiar environment, and I think that how are we going to make money? So it's 18 months and I'm paying out of pocket for 18 months. And my father's name is not Dangote. So I really, really don't have money. I'm this poor filmmaker. But I'm thinking to myself, let's do the work. Let's do the work. It's the past 6 months, we took a content direction in January when I did let go all of my very hard stands against this and that. And we can see it working. Our platforms are growing very quickly. So if you ask me again in 6 months, I can then say to you that I think we are at the point now where we will go and talk to someone. I think we have data we can show that can say that if you give us this, what I'd like to do is have lunch or dinner with someone and say, see, I don't know how to write all these proposal things. All the CCL people, I don't know how the people give them all the money you give them. I don't know how to write all those proposals, but I can immediately what I want to do. I want to be able to do video content up to this. I want to be able to grow my platforms this. I want to have a reporter in Kenya. I want someone in Ghana. I want to do this and this. I want to do this honors in 2 years. In 5 years' time, this is what I want to do. I know it all. But that process, I think it will be clearer in 6 months.
But back to
what Biola said.
Biola was saying in terms of business. Yeah.
So that's just a business plan. It's okay. Don't worry. But around monetization, one of the things that I've just I had a meeting last week, and someone came to my office and they said they wanted to make a film. And this is always the hardest part of when people want to make a film or when people have a dream. Sort of, you don't always want to be that person that's saying, where's your audience and how are you going to make money on this? But obviously they came to me for a reason, and that's the contribution I can make to them. So I said to the young man, I said, well, what is the budget of this film so far? And he told me one very interesting, very high number. I said, how are you actually going to make this back? Oh, I'm hearing that this person Netflix is buying movies for $200,000. I said, which movie did Netflix buy for $200,000? Someone's movie, and this person, I was like, they did not buy this person movie for, because sometimes you get this information and you actually know the real information. So that's not how much they paid for this movie. So the misinformation around monetization, the lack of transparency, and a lot of that comes from our culture. It's a culture. Culturally, we're trained to be secretive, especially if you're successful. So it's retraining, and I almost think that if we just keep, it's almost like we need to let people understand that it is okay to release these figures because they need to be used in this way. And it's really about how is this industry, how can we grow this industry? And I almost feel like the conversations that people have had around monetization has always been the wrong conversation. It's almost like you just need to give us this, you need to give us this, but people need to understand why and how it will be used, and how even when the numbers are bad, it could still help me. Because what people think is that if my film doesn't make money, then nobody's gonna go see my next film. But if your film doesn't make money, people know your film didn't make money. But if you make a better film next time, people will go and see it. And so for me, that's really been the biggest challenge around helping people understand monetization. People come up with the most ridiculous numbers, and I always tell them, you have to look at, okay, where is this money coming from? How are you going to recoup this money? What is really the advertising spend in a market like Nigeria? So if you're making a television show and you want to recoup your money on an ad-based model, if you're developing a digital program, people come to me, they say, I'm doing a web series. Exactly who's gonna be advertising? Who are the advertisers that are gonna be advertising on this platform? And how much do you actually think people have in their advertising budget? Go and meet with an advertising manager and just ask them, a brand manager, and say, for this your brand, what is actually your digital spend a year? And then once you do the digital spending, you say, okay, if I want to come and be asking you for 20 M, but you've just told me your whole digital spend is 20 M. That will help me adjust myself now. But people just really, everyone sits in a bubble. We're not collaborating. We're not asking ourselves the question. We don't really understand how big the advertising market is. We don't really understand how big the consumer market is. So we're not able to tie in our numbers into those industries. And so for me, it's really a big retrain that we have to do as an industry. We have to understand where the money is. You can't follow the money if you don't know where the money is. You can follow the audience, but not necessarily follow the money. And I think those are two different things. So for us, we really try to think, and I mean, people come to my office every day in my office. We should do this, we should do that. Of course, I'm like, that cannot make us money. The basics we have to do is keep the lights on. If we can't even make money to keep the lights on, then you and I don't need to be here. So it's really about how do you think about monetization from the minute you start to think about your ideas. If you start to build your platforms, there's so many people that say they're gonna be just ad-only platform, and I'm always like, well, what is the real advertising potential in Nigeria? We're not a big advertising market. I was talking to a big mobile company, and they were launching a new product. And I was talking to them about their advertising budget. And they said that they had basically put aside a huge advertising budget based on how they had done their global marketing. And that in Nigeria, they actually hadn't started to spend that money. And they didn't need to spend that money because there was already a wait list for the product. And so the brand manager was actually frustrated because they didn't actually have to spend their advertising money because the brand said, why should we spend money when we've already sold the product? Nigerians don't need you to tell them to buy, we just buy. So these are some of the things you have to think about as you're trying to monetize your content, because you have to make money, and you can make money, but you have to think about where that money's coming from. So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. You won't find this insights anywhere, I'll tell you that much for sure. Thank you. Go ahead.
I agree with the last speaker.
Thank you.
But quickly, something that's just caught to me. Many years ago when we were thinking about our video content, because Auntie Viola sits on our board, and I went to sit with her when she was still at Eminent, and I said, look, we want to do these things with live television, online, and I had all these great plans. I sat down. One of those people, I sat down. I said, she said, that's really, really inspiring. I said, so where's the money going to come from? I thought, because this person has said this, I've had these kind of conversations with her, and I've learned that we live in a society where there's no data, the people perish. Society where there's no data, and too many people are many lies. Many young people who are trying to build platforms are building platforms based on assumptions that they make based on lifestyles that they've seen. And so what I always say, in my own case, because I sit down with my mentors, John Momo is on our board, so if I do anything on TV, I'm like, sir, how much is available for advertising on TV? What's the ratings? I find that the most important way to think about monetization is to start from where you are. Not what somebody said they have, not what somebody said they've done, not how much they claim to be selling ad space on their site, not how many subscribers they claim to have, because if it's not independently verifiable, it's most likely false. And so the thing to be done is to say, look, how much does it cost to put on the diesel in my office? How much will it cost to build this app and keep it running for XYZ? How many staff will I need reasonably to make this happen? And myself and Ifreke were just coming and talking about advertising models on his site and our site, and then proceed only based on the numbers that you are actually seeing. Because the road in online media, especially in Nigeria, is littered with dead people who had the most brilliant ideas.
I agree with what he said.
No controversy.
Okay, I have 3 things, and they are all interwoven. Let's start from mobile. You know, you were talking about mobile, which Chris talked about. 80% of the readers on Pulse are mobile readers. So mobile users, we only have 20% dedicated to desktop. So it's interesting how, you know, the writers in the office publish, then they go preview it and check it on mobile and see how it's looking. The pictures are well set. And I'm like, 80% of the people that are going to read this article are on mobile. You should look on your phone how it looks like. New York Times did something last year. They disabled the desktop, access to desktop in the office. So nobody in the office, including the writers, the publishers, the editors, nobody could read from the desktop, New York Times. You had to go to your mobile to read it. So I think for us, we always have to, as publishers, you know, imbibe that habit of checking everything on mobile. This leads me to monetization. You know, the agency guys come to the office and we're discussing how, you know, their ad will look on mobile. They're like, no, how is it going to look like? I want to do homepage takeover now. You know, 4 banners, you know, homepage takeover, everything. I'm like, see, we have 4 million page views every week. The numbers are crazy. The unique users, crazy, right? But 80% is on mobile. Why don't we put this banner right here? He said, no, homepage takeover. So it's a problem for us, you know, and that leads, I mean, so for us, we're like, is that what you want? We'll give it to you. So we've moved from Google Ads and all that because that brings, you know, it's a drop in the ocean, really. We have about 40 categories, variety of content, food, drinks, business, you know, anything you want to read about is there. So we sell these categories to the brands and say, you know what, bring your content, we'll mix it up, we'll tell your story in our way and mix it up with what we have so we can sell it, you know, uniquely to the consumers. What we are trying to do is eliminate the middlemen and go straight to the main companies, the big boys, the banks, the telecoms company, go straight to their people and sell our content to them. Because the agency guys don't even understand what to sell. They don't even, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on there that we don't like. So we just want to hit the main people. And we're already doing that. One.org reached out to us and we shot their first TVC in Nigeria. It was a documentary about a man who lost his wife, who truly lost his wife. Waje was there, and you know we commissioned it. We shot it. We're doing stuff for Wema Bank. You know, so we want to be the ad agencies. In fact, we had a lot of people who would come to advertise on our platform, and they didn't have websites to lead. You know, for people to be redirected to go. That gave birth to Ringgit Digital Marketing. So we have a marketing arm in the company now that builds websites and handles social media integration and digital marketing. So in terms of monetization, I think, you know, like what they've said, is the needs of people. Look at what people really want and try to, you know, build it in your company.
Okay, so thank you. Last set of questions before we open it up. I don't know how much time we have. So we are at Social Change Summit. How do you think about your work, your business, versus impact of what you want to? It doesn't have to be on people, just on the industry. Do you think about that at all, and how? And then if you had a magic wand, you know, one sort of wish, what would you change as far as industry? Quick, very 140 characters type answers. Tweetable.
Impact, I think, social change impact, I think that our agenda setting out has always been pretty clear to me, which is that I think Nollywood is phenomenal. I think that there are too many people who make excuses on behalf of Nollywood. I think that we do not recognize that perhaps more than crude oil, Nollywood is Nigeria's biggest export. And I think that it's high time we looked at that and we took it and believed in it without excuses. TNS is first and foremost a fan of Nollywood. We are a fan of the industry we cover. And that's very instructive and important to me. I am unreservedly unapologetic about Nollywood, including all its nonsense. okay? I embrace its failures as mine, as a proud Nigerian who thinks that this thing that happened in 1992 is great. And I say that also knowing that there are no global standards for filmmaking. Let no one deceive you. There are no global standards for filmmaking. Therefore, it is not Nollywood's business to meet any global standard. Because what is often sold as global standard is someone's reality repackaged. Therefore, if Nollywood has been able to sell itself as now the African standard of filmmaking, that tells you something. If everywhere you go on the continent, and I dare you to fly with Aki and Popo one day to Uganda or Sierra Leone and think you are important, you will be left on the aisle while they are attended to. I think that we make too many excuses on behalf of Nollywood to say, you know, we have great stories, but hey, you can take the A stories or A films in Hollywood and say, hey, but there are B, C, D, E, F stories. As they are, people tend to say Nollywood and equate it with those films that they don't want to see. But when they then see a great Nigerian film, they don't refer to it as Nollywood. They say this is different. And for me, it is an agenda that I set out to achieve with TNS to somewhat redirect that thinking. If it is great, why is it not Nollywood? If it is bad, why is it only then that you say it is Nollywood? The great films we've had in this country go from The Living in Bondage to Mortal Inheritance to Onome to Violated to all those films. They are Nollywood. So I take the great with the not so great and realize that that's it everywhere. Saying about social impact, if I achieve nothing else with Nollywood, if TNS is able to redirect, to do two things, for the general audience, to redirect our thinking and appreciation of Nollywood, to take it as a viable art form, because that's the other thing. And you hear this mostly from filmmakers, and I have an ongoing battle with them, especially refer to themselves as New Nollywood. They say that, no, we do, you guys do Nollywood. How a film form like Nollywood is not artistic because it does not meet your cinema verite or no, or any of those pretensions. How you say it is not artistic, how you think that that is not artistic beats me. So if with the general audience we are able to help to love Nollywood better, to see its potentials and to see that what it's going through is a phase and it will pass over to be fine, that will be fantastic. For filmmakers, I am open that TNS will be able to point out a lot of BS. This is a panel. So BS here is Bayelsa State. Let's all just a lot of BS that film people take on. It is, in my opinion, when you come out and say, hey, my film has returned X amount of money, when you never told us how much you spent on the film, when we know, those of us who are in the industry know what a mess the process of making that film was, when we know that that film has not sold anything, you tell us half of Yellowstone was blah, 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 blah. I go on the net and I find that half of Yellowstone made less than $400,000 in all of the United States of America. And on one particular day, it made $348. That information is available online. Don't come and tell me Bayelsa State here. You can't do that.
So is that the 140 character version?
Yeah, because I can go on. I can go on.
Thank you. I think so when I think of social change and when I think of disruption and when I think of innovation, I think of the media industry in Nigeria, I'll just tell you a quick story of how quickly minds can be changed when you're determined and you tell the same story and you don't shift, like when you stand your ground. When we decided at Mnet to create the Africa Magic Suite of channels, there was a lot of African content that we had already sort of selected that was sitting on the Mnet channels, and they were sitting side by side with Hollywood content, which always drove me nuts and drove me crazy because I just felt that there was no way that our content would be given the credit that it was worth sitting next to content that people are producing for up to between $1 million and $9 million per episode, when we were really doing everything to provide Africans with the best content we can on limited budgets. And when we finally fought the different fights to get the Africa Magic suite of channels, and we then went after content owners that we felt that had basically said they were never going to give their content to Mnet. And we said, we as Mnet want to buy your content. So they were very excited. People started to sign contracts. And then there started to be stories that were out there that this content will be actually on an Africa Magic channel. All the content owners called to say they wanted their content back. A particular Ghanaian content owner called me in tears saying that she can't believe that she just closed a deal with us and her content was gonna be on Africa Magic. This is going to ruin her image because she's trying to cross over. That is to the Hollywood. So I had to spend hours and hours of my time really helping people understand how we can redefine how you see Africa Magic, and how that's what we wanted to do. What we wanted to do was create a platform that can help you monetize your content better. And I told them, I was like, look, do you know how many filmmakers are in Hollywood not working? Do you know how many actors and actresses are in Hollywood not working? How many people are in America? How many people are on the African continent? Why are you trying to waste your time banging on doors that are not going to be opened? How can you work with us to build this industry? And I think this, for me, has always been my driving passion, was the reason why I decided to move back, and is the reason why I stay in this industry is. I believe in the potential of the media industry. I believe in us telling our stories. I believe that the only global standard is to tell a good story and to get audiences to care. And for me, if you can do that, no matter what platform you're doing it on, it doesn't matter. It's good content, good stories are platform agnostic. And that's what we want to do with you. That's what we want to do with everyone. And if I had a wand, that's what we would be doing more of, and we would be doing more of it together. So thank you today.
So if I had a wand, if I had a wand, yes, if I had a wand, it would be to tell more stories from across the country. There's a misconception. First and foremost, obviously, Nigeria is not just Lagos and Abuja, it's not just Port Harcourt. We're not just talking about stories of corruption of the Enugu governor. We're talking about stories of, when the future award goes around the country, the stories we hear are deeply inspiring. Those people are building businesses, building change organizations, challenging their governments, making change happen on scales you can't even imagine with limited resources. And many of those stories don't make it to the mainstream of the media. There is a misconception that people are not interested in those stories, where the real problem is that people are not telling those stories well. And what I've been passionate about, we're sending some guy called Eromo Igbejule to Yola and Borno for a period of 1 month to say, can we find the stories of people who are rebuilding their communities, not just negative stories, and not overtly positive stories so that they are saccharine, but stories that show the possibilities in these sectors. Now, can we tell them in interesting ways? Can we get videos? Can we get photos? Can we enable people who live in different communities in Nigeria to believe that they are not alone and that they are not abandoned in their own silos, that together we are connected as a people? That's the entire foundation upon which Why Nigeria was formed. How can we get mainstream audiences to pay attention to stories from different states and stories from different communities? And enough of that is not being done. Even in Lagos, stories from Ijayi and stories from Egbeda and stories, not just stories of man kills wife, hangs her on the wall, metro stories, but stories of man challenges Ikeja disco to blah, 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 will not pay this rent. How can we tell those truly proudly Nigerian stories in a way that makes us proud to be Nigerians and inspire us to act? If I had a magic wand, it needs to be done yesterday. It needs to be done.
Thank you.
In terms of social impact, similar to what Chide is saying, but I have my wand, save for something else. It's for people to just tell their stories. It's for us to eliminate the gatekeepers. Too many gatekeepers in Nigeria, everywhere. You have some people, their daily job is just to be in the middle of everything. We want to eliminate those people. So tell your stories. You could always get it on pulse. You understand? We want to tell people stories. We want people to be confident enough to send us their stories. There's something we started called the Pulse Blogger, Pulse VIP Blogger Projects. People just write, send it to us, we put it out. Whether you're a musician, you've been trying to get on radio or trying to get an interview, come, we'll give you an interview, we'll give you exposure. Whether you like your music or not, that's up to you. But we want to give, we want to create a platform where everybody, it feels like everybody owns it. So for social impact, that's it for me. If I had a wand, I would really wave it around the country. I would literally wave it around the country, because in terms of the Nigerian youth being educated and enlightened, I think we're failing miserably in this country. I think universities are horrible. Private and public universities are horrible. People go to universities, I have interviews with people every day. I'm trying to see people, hire people. They don't know nothing. So you have young people, and a big shout out to people like CcHub, what they are doing. Innovation, that is where we are failing in this country. We're all looking at what we can do, government, oil, whatever. But the biggest, Apple has, Apple's money, you can't even compare Nigeria's, yearly budget to it. So, Nigerian youth need to be enlightened. Whether it's in schools, they should stop teaching syllabuses from the 80s and the early 90s. And just change it. So when people go to school, they understand the essence of school. And, also, Nigerian youth need to understand that they can also be entrepreneurs, and they need to fail to succeed. Thank you.
Wow, so that when you have a panel of storytellers, ends up being dominated by their stories. I think we have just a few minutes. I'll take one round of questions. Keep it short, please, so that we can give everyone time. And then maybe just, I'll try and sort of redirect and see how to give everyone a chance. Do we have time for questions? Yeah, okay. One second, start here.
Hello.
The one that came to you to buy an art space on your platform don't really know what they do. I think it's not about not knowing what they do, it's about the clients, the brand managers. They think they understand the business. They begin to frustrate the marketing person to get this for them. So that's why they come to you. So now that you guys have started your own digital marketing platform, you're going to face that as well. Because I'm in the business and I'm telling you. I want you to understand that. You get, so sometimes the client wants you to, get this job done at all cost. Because he believes that in the popular notion, he who pays the piper dictates the tune. Now understanding that communication has to be strategic and it must connect to your prime target audience. Then you begin to go back and forth. And you as the agency, you want the money. Because you have salaries to pay. So you see the frustration. And so I think the writing was to say was, they understand the business, but they're frustrated by the clients. Thank you.
Sorry, I have a question.
So, questions?
Yeah, a question. I'm thinking about this question for a very long time. And when you spoke, said part of my mind. I keep asking a youth, so I know what's going on with youth. I'm always jobless. So what do you do? How can you keep the youth busy? We know, idle mind is the devil's workshop. If we continue like this, I don't know, we might have nobody there to challenge other countries. So what do we do?
That's
So good. So my question is to all the, you guys are all, everybody here is on the panel is a media entrepreneur. And I do want to ask about what you think the long-term effect, well, two parts. The first part is, what do you think the kind of ownership structures you'll be seeing for media outlets or prominent media outlets will be like? Do you think you're going to see a lot of, traditionally we've had a lot of locally owned media outlets. Do you think that's going to continue? Because now that we're seeing a lot of investment from other international brands. And what do you think the effect of, sorry, Osage is not,
It's fine,
promise
it's
it's
fine,
not
it's
you.
fine.
I promise it's not
It's
you, but
fine.
what do you think the effect if we woke up in a situation where we had maybe 80% of traffic or content or size of the media industry being owned by international brands? What do you think the effect will be on, say, voice of the message and maybe, on country?
I don't really think I'll be asking a question, but I'll be kind of buttress what you said earlier about Nollywood. If okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, and this is to Mr. Osage from Post Niger. Okay, I would want to know, how do you manage your content, in the sense that we know that in Nigeria, most media, what they actually depend on is plagiarism, copy from here, paste today. How do you manage that? And also, what are the things that you think can be done to prevent such, like censorship and all that? You don't copy from someone. What are the laws that you think can be put in place to actually manage that? Then the second question I would have is this. Okay, sorry, man. Okay, it's brief. Talking about content development, I was searching the other day to see where I can get trained in Nigeria, and there are few of them. If you want content development, then there should be an avenue to train people. So please, what can we really do about that? Thank you.
Maybe you, Biola, take the ownership, local versus global. Plagiarism, big issue. How do you manage it, and what avenues? Yeah, plagiarism and training. The training. Yeah, Chris can relax. Yeah.
Okay, so not to jump into plagiarism, but the first question was about how we manage the content. I mean, it's very difficult if you have just 31 writers, producing content in 40 different categories. We're not as big as Punch that have maybe 500 journalists spread across the country. So what we did at Pulse is say, you know what, curate 80% of the content. It means if Punch publishes a story about a man in Jigawa hanging his wife to the wall, report the content, but in your words, and make sure you credit where you got the source from. And I don't mean say credit Punch. Say Punch newspaper reports that. You understand? That's the only way we can be able to provide so much. We are not, a niche website. And this is the advantage for Nigerians. If you go into niche blogging and owning niche websites is a big advantage. Look at Tech Cabal, when it comes to the tech world now, the first thing you think is Tech Cabal, because they are the leaders in that market. When it comes to fashion, maybe Style Vitae, Bella Niger, till they lost, so it's understanding that maybe if you want to start up small, niche blogging, but if you want to start up on a large scale and produce the kind of content or the amount of content, you probably have to rely on a lot of curation. Then 20% original stories, and these 20% original stories have to be original and have to be worth, writing that when people read it, it's that interesting. What else?
We're still recovering from the dig. I think first, there are laws already. There are laws governing plagiarism, there are laws governing content theft, there are intellectual property laws. Nigeria has never lacked for laws. Nigeria lacks for implementation of the laws and then updating those laws so that they have context. However, now I've had this argument with people a lot of time. People come to me and say, oh, Linda KG, of course they're rejoicing this morning. Oh, Linda KG, 80% of her content is stolen. And I say, where you miss the point is where Linda KG doesn't succeed because she steals content. Linda KG succeeds because she's talented at curating the content people want to read. And anybody who misses what makes her special will miss the lessons to be learned from such a powerful model. Now, Gawker and the Huffington Post and Salon pushed the boundaries of what existed as copyright laws in America by testing and trying different models of creating and pushing content. The reason why the Washington Post has a blog called The Fix, and The Fix is focused simply on this thing that he said they do for 80% of the time, which is taking already built. I mean, I teach media and communication in the Pan-Atlantic University, and last week we're talking about the new media and the difference between content curation and content creation. And people like Gawker and Jezebel and Saloon have created an entire new mix, because news is now a commodity. Once, if he tweets and says, somebody just died in Igondo, there's nothing else. You cannot say Pulse died, somebody died in the Pulse way in Igondo. The person is already dead. What now happens thereof is, how does Gawker report this commodity? How does The Atlantic report this commodity? How does Jezebel report this commodity? Is there a female element to this? How does Valleywag report this? Is there a Silicon Valley element to this? And that is where the media is going. The place where news is a commodity is the way that people present that works. And in that, as we're trying to rebuild those realities, some people are going to push the boundaries a bit, and the laws that presently exist will have to be extended, redone, updated to fit with a new reality. The same laws, I mean, copyright laws, look, anybody who understands the history of copyright laws, those are copyright laws were made for individuals to maximize personal profits, so that you can hold the rights to this thing for 100 years before anybody else can touch it. That was the time that where the world was a factory. Now the world is a laboratory. People are testing, people are trying. Facebook is recreating the rules for who owns content, who can distribute this content, who can receive this content. So those laws that help a writer, a painter somewhere hold exclusivity that is not serving a larger societal goal, they will need to go. So I think that there are many young people who are experimenting with how to extend the boundaries of ownership and creation of content, and we shouldn't have laws that stifle the ability to create new forms of engaging. I mean, look at what Instablog and Cracks TV are doing. If they had to get permission for Igwe Tupac to do ha 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 for 3 seconds, there is a reason why there's a reason why the laws governing GIFs are not copyright infringement in many markets in the States, because they have to, BuzzFeed can get away with it because it's 2 seconds. We need to adjust laws that enable a whole nation of creative minds to be able to create the content that audiences want to consume. If our laws were implemented to the rigid letter, you will not be able to watch Cracks TV. You'll be able to go to Only in Nigeria, and Twice, there's that guy called Twice on Instagram, and even Pulse TV will not be able to create those where you have those breakers, where the person can laugh, where you can say, if we had laws that constrain people from being creative, we would not have new forms of expression. So there are lines, and it will be good. We need to take people to court. People need to go and test these things in court. And I'm like, it's good. That's how laws are created. Go to court, let's test the boundaries, but let's not behave as if we live in a world where news is special. We live in a world where the rules have changed, and our laws must change with those rules so that young people can create, can prosper, and we can create communities that work.
And your question about copy and pasting, never mind them, they'll die away eventually. Okay? Creativity will always live.
Shei's question quickly. I think that we need to get together, because if we don't, then that foreign ownership thing is going to happen very simply. Someone is going to come, and because as individuals standing alone, there is just so much you can do. Someone is going to come from abroad, and someone is going to buy all us off. That's what's going to happen if we do not come together and form bigger platforms. And form bigger platforms. I think someone is going to come and just buy us off. I disagree slightly with Chude's last, and the intent of it is correct. However, not everyone is you. So when we say these things, there are young people who have come to media and broadcasting, and their example is Linda Ikeji. It is that part of Linda Ikeji they don't know, not the part you talked about. It is that and take and create my own platform and blow. Nigeria has a blue problem.
You must blow. Okay, quickly, just to, on the foreign ownership, it is going to happen. It is already happening. And I will tell you why it's happening. It has happened. For as long as Nigerians do not try to understand investing in media, this is going to continue to happen. And every time people invest in media and they say, oh, we're not going to invest in film anymore because we invested in this one film and nothing happened. That's what's going to happen. So what's going to happen once because this is happening and there's enough due diligence happening, people are interested, people are investing, Pulse is here, and they're investing because of their experiences in other places. So if I had to have a good experience in Vietnam data is also kind of like not that readily available, so I'll use some of those same metrics, I'll use that to invest in Nigeria. At the end of the day, 170 million people, I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna take a chance on this. But as long as we believe that the best place to invest is to store money in the crack of walls, to buy houses where you can only live in one house, as long as we do that. So what's going to happen is once all these things are owned by other foreign entities, you will then see a whole nother crop of entrepreneurs coming up, and you would then things like Vice would happen. So there will be smaller and smaller media companies popping up every day. But what's happening now, most media entrepreneurs that I know are not even looking to raise money in Nigeria, and that's a problem. So that's it.
Wow. I think this was the best panel. So a round of applause. We're holding up. Lunch is served. You can take this discussion over lunch and afterwards, but a huge thank you. One of the most interesting panels I've ever sat on and moderated. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Sorry, just quickly, lunch is not next. Sorry. But soon. We're going to have Startup Showcase in about 3 minutes. So you can just talk amongst yourself and network. But in 3 minutes, we'll have Startup Showcase before we go for lunch. And the Startup Showcase is happening here.
Be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
It's needed. And I'll call on the CEO and founder, Temi Giwa Tubosun, to come and tell us about it. Thank you.
Hi everyone. We're about to watch a video, and the person in the video is a friend of mine. Her name is Joyce, and our story sort of captures what Life Bank does.
When I got to the hospital the second time, I had a major incident. My doctor, when they checked my blood and it was really low, just below half, he immediately donated. He tried to raise my blood level to about 10. I got a couple of friends who came to donate, but most of what we eventually got was, through the blood bank. We have to purchase blood from the blood bank. People who give blood saved my life. I will sign up for that.
All right, so Joyce showed the problem we're trying to solve at Life Bank. Okay, my name is Temigiwa Tubosu, and I'm a superhero. My mission is to save 1 million lives by 2020. And my superpowers are logistics and technology. So people like Joyce that you just saw in the video, Life Bank has been able to help quite a lot of them. And we chose 3 of them for you guys to see, to see an example of what Life Bank has been able to do since we started. So this is Sergeant James. Life Bank was able to move 5 pints of blood to the military hospital here in Yaba, and it saved his life. He was in a car accident, and he was in a coma, and we were able to move the blood that saved his life. This is Mrs. Brown. She was giving birth to our first child, and she needed blood postpartum, and we were able to move the 2 pints of blood that she needed, and she lived. This is Miss Abiola. She was in a car accident on her way to work. She needed 1 pint of blood, and Life Bank moved that 1 pint of blood to a local hospital here in Lagos, and we were able to save her life. And finally, Mr. Obi was having an open heart surgery in Ogun State, and he needed fresh frozen plasma on hand before the surgery, and we were able to move the fresh frozen plasma he needed from Lagos to Ogun State. And he lived and is doing very well now. So what are the blood problems in Nigeria? About 1.7 million pints of blood are needed every year. And because the people who need this 1.7 million pints of blood are not getting the blood they need, we have about 169,000 children dying every year. We have 26,000 women in childbirth, postpartum, dying every year. We have 48,000 accident victims, sickle cell patients, and cancer patients dying from this one problem every single year in Nigeria. Surprisingly enough, everyone knows about blood shortage, but no one knows, a lot of people don't know that we actually have a blood surplus in Nigeria. Blood has a very short shelf life. It's about 6 weeks. So once you collect it and you remove it from a person, you have to discard it no matter what in 6 weeks. So it has a short shelf life. So we have a lot of blood banks in Nigeria discarding blood. At the same time, we have blood shortage. So what Life Bank does, as well as we have inadequate testing, and that one a lot of people know about, and also we don't have voluntary donors, which also leads to transfusible diseases and infections. So what Life Bank does is to solve the problem. So this is our solution. A patient needs blood at a hospital. The hospital discovers the blood they need on our platform. We have a database of all the blood available at any given time in the country. The blood is delivered in a proper cold chain by Life Bank, and the patient is saved and happy, and of course, dancing. So, about a year ago, I was in this audience, like you guys. I had an idea that I wanted to do something about blood. I had been working and volunteering for the last 3 years, before last year, on just doing blood drives, and that was what I was known for. But I knew that I needed to do something big and something systemic, and to build a company that sort of solves the fundamental problem that I found in the health system. And I was sitting there I spoke with Bosun and Mr. Tunji about my idea. They said I had to quit my job. So I went back. I didn't want to quit my job. It was a very good job that I actually enjoyed. So I went home. I thought about it for 6 months. 6 months later, I quit my job because of a personal problem, because somebody that was very close to me almost died because of the problem that I could have solved if I had quit my job 6 months ago. So I quit my job and then started at CcHub here 6 months later. Since then, we've been able to collect 3,500 pints of blood. We have 24 blood banks on our database. We have 8 hospitals registered on our platform and ordering blood from us. We have almost more than 150 hospitals in our sales funnel, and we're trying to slowly but surely move them through the funnel. We've moved 56 pints of blood, and we've seen 40% growth in 2 months since we went to market. What's the future of LifeBank? Like I said, I'm a superhero, and my mission is to save 1 million lives. And the way I'm going to do it is in 18 months, I'm going to build the largest blood bank in Nigeria, but the blood bank would not have a physical location. It will be all online. I would help discover and deliver 50% of blood needed in Nigeria. And to do this, we're raising a seed round. And here are the awesome people who are helping me build LifeBank. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Temi. Please give another round of applause. And I'd like to ask everyone a question, but first I want you to think about how many lives Temi and her team can save through LifeBank. And the question is, if you had like $1 million to invest in LifeBank, will you invest in it? If you will, just say yes. Yes. There are some people that won't. If you will invest in LifeBank, if you had $1 million to spare, will you invest in LifeBank? Yes. Thank you so much, Temi. Doing a wonderful job. Please give another round of applause. So right now it's time for lunch. Yay. And after that, we're going to have panel discussions. And this will be divided into 2 tracks. So just like we had before, but just 2 tracks. The first track will be involving all stakeholders in social change, and that would happen here. This panel discussion will focus on exploring how to manage and carry all stakeholders along to achieve sustainable social change. And on this panel, we will have Fidelis Nde Chair, Assistant Professor, American University of Nigeria, Paul Okeogo, COO, Chocolate City, Ayo Ober, Partner Ogunshola Shonibare, Fela Bank Olemo. I'm sorry if I'm not doing a great job with the names. SA Education to Lagos State Governor, and Mr. Bosun Tijani, CEO of Co-Creation Hub, will be moderating this panel, and that will be happening here. Track 2 will be Nigerian media independence and social change, and that will be happening on the first floor after lunch. And this panel discussion will focus on exploring the necessity of independent media as a catalyst in delivering social change in Nigeria. I think it would throw more light on what Ori's presentation earlier in the day. And on this panel, we will have Emmanuel Ogala, who is the head digital strategy of Premium Times. We will have Jafet Omojua, who is curator omojua.com. We will have Olawale Rotimi, publisher, The Ages magazine. Tumishe Oladapo Kuku, Black Hemages Limited, will be the moderator for this panel. And all this will happen after lunch. So have a fantastic time for lunch. I think it'll be 30 minutes, and you can network. And after that, you go to the different floors for the track you are interested in. Right? Did we all get it? And you can ask me questions if you see me, if you're not sure. Thank you so much, and see you back in different floors.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of code and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of code and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner.
And now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer. I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner. And now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those are other people that want to be a doctor. So when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now. Not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those are other people that want to be a doctor. So when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now. Not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming. Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming. Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make such friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make such friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming. Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when we started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming. Being introduced to this computer development, we got to know each other and we got to mix experience.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when we started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, we got to know each other and we got to mix experience.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when you go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
And on the panel with me, also privileged to be actually leading the conversation. Some of these people are quite inspiring. there's gender imbalance in the panel. So I think I'm going to start with the lady first. And that's Mrs. Ayobe Ogushola Shonibar.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming. Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day, print has something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
Institutes in Nigeria, NDI is quite powerful. She's also the chair and board of trustee. She's the chair and board of trustee member of the Gore Institute in Senegal. Gore. And also trustee of Brussels-based International Crisis Group. So help make her welcome with a round of applause, please. Also with us on the panel is Mr. Paul Okilgo. Mr. Paul, as some of you guys may know, is the co-founder and CEO of Chocolate City, the entertainment people. It also happens to be quite strong in tech. He's a senior business manager at Microsoft, which is an interesting combination. He also used to be with Nokia and BAT, right? Welcome. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Fidelis Nde-Nche. Mr. Fidelis is the executive manager of projects at American University of Nigeria. He's a strong project manager, researcher, and university professor with, I believe, over 18 years experience across a range of practice, including education, poverty alleviation, financial management, governance, and ICT. So without further ado, I'll try to start a conversation. What we're going to do is I'll probably spend the first 30 minutes engaging the panelists on the topic, inclusive development involving all stakeholders in social change, which I believe is quite long, right? So I think we'll turn to Ms. Obe to sort of, can you start us on what you understand or how you see inclusive development?
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you. I have to confess that I was a little bit baffled about why I was being included in this meeting, or even in this panel. And then I mean, part of me, of course, there's the issue of gender balance. There's also the issue of age balance. So I felt that maybe you wanted to give a hearing to the older generation. But then I decided that the thing that I would focus on is the fact that, and it's one of the positions, the voluntary positions that I have that didn't get mentioned, but I'm a trustee of the Zacchaeus Onumba Dibiezwe Memorial Libraries, or ZODML, as we call it, which is an educational NGO. And I just want to take a couple of seconds to talk about the origins, because, you know, when your father dies and you're young, and it's 25 years, you're supposed to have a big party, get dressed up, eat in public, and so on. But the children of late Mr. Dibiezwe, when their father's 25th anniversary came around, they said, let's do something that's a bit more meaningful in terms of our father's life. And his life was that as a young man, he started school, but then, as often happened to us in those days, the money ran out, and he had to give up school. But he had access to public libraries. And as a result of being able to go to public libraries in Nigeria, he continued to educate himself, and as a result, he won an admission to the London School of Economics, went to Britain and qualified as a lawyer, came back, invested in properties, and it was one of those properties that was used to establish the first library. So the idea of doing something meaningful in terms of his life was to set up a library, and also a public library, but to go beyond that. And so as I'm talking to you now, the ZODB's Way Memorial Libraries has about 15 libraries in Lagos, in the Lagos Island and in the mainland. We have 10 in the island and 5 in the mainland, around Yaba here as it happens, which serve about 25 schools. Those are libraries that we've put into schools for children, because we can talk about technology and we can have a lot of ideas about it, but you still need the basic tools of being able to communicate, to receive communications and to be able to communicate. And the business of being able to write is so crucial that I think, be able to read and write is so crucial that that's where we've chosen to, to put a lot of our focus. We generally have youth corpers manning the libraries in the schools to help the children with their learning. You get what you take, you get what you're given when it comes to youth corpers, but some of them are really inspired to want to help the children and to bring them up, and some are not. Apart from that, of course, you have your children in the primary schools, you get clients, they go older, and so you have to think of something to provide for them. And so we have something for secondary schools which we call a bookshelf. We also have then to reach children that we can't reach inside Lagos. We have a website which has a lot of educational and learning materials. And so I'd be quite interested to talk to you about some of the things that you are doing in terms of online learning and so on, or I should say rather the people who are running the library should. And then lastly, of course, we know that one of the main reasons why people end up in prison, both here and abroad, is not necessarily because they're not clever, but because they missed out on the educational track. So we also have libraries in all of the prisons in Lagos State. That's Kirikiri, Maximum, Medium, and Women's Prison, the Badagry and the Ikoyi prisons. We've set up in one of the schools that we work with, we have a sort of computer lab library, but I think that's quite popular for people to invest in. But there's not a surplus of schools with libraries or computers and so on. So those are some of the things that we do to get people equipped with the tools that will allow them to make their own way in terms of social inclusion.
A round of applause for that. So before I pass the mic on, I think you're actually in the right panel based on what you've described, because the thinking behind this panel is for us to move forward as a society, we need to see social challenges and social problems as something that needs to be inclusive. There are people within the society who can't gain access to certain social services that are critical, and most of the time, the society tends to find a way to ignore such people. And I think the example you give is something that is actually quite close to our heart at CcHub and Growth Capital as well. In fact, I made a video on public libraries in Nigeria last month, where we were talking about the numbers. A lot of people don't know, for instance, that there's probably close to 360 public libraries in this country. That's without taking the numbers that you've shared. And most of these public libraries are still funded by the government, but there's a huge disconnect. I'm sure if I ask in the room, probably most of you guys have not been to a public library in the last, God knows how many years. Yeah, never. So that's an exciting
part of infrastructure that we need to begin to think of how we fix. And I think that's where the conversation, I'm happy with the way the panel is forming. It seems like we have two strong interests from education, and we have someone from entertainment. And what I would like to know from you, Paul, is we've seen the development in the entertainment space in Nigeria. What led to that development, in your opinion?
First of all, I would rather call it creative industries. I mean, I think it's a better way to describe what we do or what we have been doing. And first of all, thank you for having me. I don't have the opportunity often to come and make noise and seem smart, because I'm not that smart, really. I mean, a lot of things jumped out of me when I read the sort of brief that was sent about this topic and inclusion, and a lot of things jumped out, like talent. You know, how do we get more talent? How do we get more resources? How do we drive inclusion, collaboration, things like that? And this is all towards social sort of improvement. And then you ask the question, and how do we get here? What created this whole idea, the entertainment industry? And people, people say that the bubble has burst from in Nigeria economically. There's things are so bad now, and I think it's been leaking for a very long time. And I think in a way that creates, because there's this cliche that necessity is the mother of invention, and it's a cliche, but it's very true. Like at a point when you are pushed to the wall, you ask yourself that question: what do I do? What's the next step? How do I? So it's either I move forward or I die, and it leads to inspiration. I call it either hunger or anger. So whichever one that you have, that sort of spurs you on and makes you sort of take the next step in terms of your development or developing your sort of direct community. So the thing with Nigeria over the past 15, 20 years is that there's this poverty trap that has been created, in Nigeria, especially in that sort of lacuna or gap between the very rich and the very poor. There's this gap, there's this trap, and then there's which sort of has things like political exclusion. People feel that they're not included in the decisions that sort of drive their lives. It has things like insecurity in terms of property rights and intellectual property rights and the ability to actually ideate and grow. It has things, of course, low income, low productivity. And the question was, what do you need to sort of break the cycle? Do you need more? Because people say education a lot. Education. With all due respect to educators, I think it's very important, because my mom is going to slap me if I say something bad. But it's come to a point, to put it simply, I say, inspiration over education, or at least inspiration first before education. And I think it's been upside down for a very long time. And you know what I mean? And that's what the creative industries have done or tried to do. Right now, the creative industries provide a couple of things. They need to provide that state of mind, that ideology that we need to grow. And it's about an ideological shift, not really more money or more training or more education. I mean, more education it's good, but then if you go into a community and educate the hell out of them, and they don't have certain inspirations to put that education to use, then you're just sort of feeding the same frenzy. So and it's a good thing. I think we're actually in a good place, especially today with the millennials in the room who have the opportunity to do things differently, who have the chance, people like yourself, CcHub, who have the chance to show people that, look, there are better ways of doing this thing. There are a couple of things that the industry, creative industries and industries like yours creates. It creates, and talking about inclusion, it creates the ability, the opportunity to ideate without intrusion. I mean, years before, when young people sit down to try and come up with an idea, there was censorship, there was government interference, there was your father telling you, my dad always told me, it was very few choices. Go to school, become a lawyer, a doctor, an engineer, a
a pastor. My dad wanted pastor, you know. Today, it's not like, so people can go online, share ideas. I was talking to one of my mentees, and I said, look, this idea of the meme that people use, I mean, it's not really a new idea. 1976, Richard Dawkins, you know the book is The Selfish Gene, right? And he was looking for a way to describe how cultural ideas get propagated and how they move. Today, it's called the meme, right? But people are using it to create ideas, share ideas, spread them around. Young people are now beginning to do traditional businesses through unconventional means because they are in need. And we, in this space, are able to create people who can do mass marketing of ideas, who can, create that common goal. I think, when you're talking about inclusion, the commonality, the collaboration, people from Jigawa and Lagos, for example, they are far away, but if they're working with CcHub, or if they want to go to an MI concert, it doesn't matter. I mean, there's that ability to bring them together, help them have the same idea, and empower them to pursue those ideas. And then at the end of the day, I believe the role of education is now to help them structure those ideas. I have an example of a young lady who works with me, her name is Lola OJ Blinks. I'm sure many people follow her on Instagram. She's got like 60,000 people following her on Instagram or YouTube, 100,000, a lot of followers. And she had this little business. She sells eyelashes, right? These fashion eyelashes. I don't know why, but apparently it's a great commodity. And she has the idea. She's gone to China, made contact with a person to supply her with these eyelashes. She's getting them into the country, and then she doesn't know how to do a distribution plan, right? And she's like, you know what, I may need some money. And I'm like, no, you don't need money. Money is not what you need. What you need is inspiration. Be inspired. What do you have in your immediate community that can help you sell these things? And I asked her, how many guys do you have on social media? She said, 60K. I said, you know what? Go into your inbox, send an email to 100 of these people. Ask them, look, I sell eyelashes. Would you buy if I sold it to you? And she did. And every single one of them said, yes, I would buy them at 1,000 naira a pop. And not only that, she got people from outside Lagos saying, you know what? If you want to sell in Jigawa, I can be your distributor. If you want to sell in Port Harcourt, I can be your... So she was able to create a complicated distribution system that 10 years ago, I used to work at a company called BAT, and we were very big on supply chain, 15 warehouses, 2,000 trucks, people driving goods from here to there and everything. Here is a young person who has created the same sort of system to distribute products without leaving her house, on her phone. It's so amazing today what can be achieved, and I think that's what we need to focus on, how to inspire people and thereby help them to identify talent within themselves, within others, and sort of grow that way.
What I would like to still pick from you, Paul, before we move on is, so you've talked about the role of creativity. But what are the key stakeholders that you reckon in a society, or say in Nigeria today, are important for us taking what's being created? So entertainment is big in Nigeria. What's the next level? Is there a role for government? Is there a role for finance?
There's always a role for government, of course. But there's something that she said that just stuck with me. A comment about the youth service. You said you get what you get, right? And you make do. So I don't believe in depending on government for everything. I think they're there to provide sort of a level playing field, provide earlier today on the panels, provide the structures. We are still impacted by things like piracy, for example, and the government has not been able to step in to fix that. We would all have been sort of richer if there was no piracy. So they have a role. Financial institutions also have a role, but I think they're much easier. I mean, it's actually the easiest thing to solve, because an investor, a banker, will invest in an idea that inspires him as well, and an idea that makes money. So a bank or money is the last thing you should worry about. If you want to start a business or be an entrepreneur, you don't start from how much money do I need. You start from how much is my idea, how much is my plan, inspiring that person. You know, I met a young person in this room, and he came and told me, hey, Paul, I have an idea. And I said, okay, let me give this guy like 1 minute because I'm a bit busy. And he starts talking, and you know, I'm inspired. I think this is a good idea. This is, you know, something I could, you know, do. And then you get more attention from me, and because, you know, I know a couple of people, you know, you get more attention from them. So I think you focus more on excellence. Focus more on excellence, making your idea excellent, inspiring people, and then the rest will sort of fall into place, I think.
Interesting. But we also know that excellence, Paul, is not something that you can build alone as an entrepreneur. And I think you alluded to the fact that you get what, you know, you pointed to that, and I want to go to Mr. Fidelis on that. You know, education is important for any society if we're going to move forward, right? And education is one area that we know is heavily dependent on government. The way we manage it currently in Nigeria. How do we innovate within the education space in an inclusive way for us to move from where we are to where we need to be so that we can have the talent that can help power the creative industry or manage the libraries that Mrs. Obey is trying to get across the country? How do we do that if government is heavily involved?
Good afternoon, and thanks for inviting me. Fortunately, I was not always in education. I finished my PhD in '96, went to work for a consulting firm, started my own business. In 2011, I left and went back to academia. One of the good things about having a PhD, you have those options of being able to pivot back into academia as the conditions change. So 20 years out of being a student and being back now in academia and watching the evolution of the education space, and also having been in industry and also being a social entrepreneur has taught me a lot of things. But let me start by the university, because I teach in a private university where there is zero government involvement. And we are located in one of the poorest regions of Nigeria, in Northeast and in Yola, where the single narrative coming out of the Northeast is one of extreme violence, extreme destruction, extreme poverty, until people turn on their TVs, maybe during commencement week, and see the graduation ceremony at AUN, and then they see a completely different story and a completely different picture. We don't get enough of that narratives. But what I would say is, even though we are a private university, everything we do is about innovation. It's about creating the next, as we call ourselves, we're the only development university in Nigeria, and it's about creating the next and the future leaders of Nigeria. Now, how does that work? You know, it's very easy when you get to university and, you know, you have a timetable, a series of classes that you have to take, and you get some exams you need to pass, and then when you leave, you have a piece of paper, and that paper is, you hope, your ticket to success. The reality, obviously, is not so, it's completely different for most people that have that piece of paper. Because if the piece of paper is not backed by any knowledge, by any competency, by any skill set, you will end up with what Ms. Ayobe just said. You know, you get what you get. So what we have done is that we've kind of flipped education a bit on its head. The single idea is what we call service learning. When a student is in school, the idea of being in school or in university is to be able to get an education that allows you to solve a certain kind of problem. And those problems, you must be able to solve them before you leave university. So every student in the university is required to take a development class, a community development class, where you have to get into the community to actually solve a problem in education, a problem in healthcare, a problem in some space in agriculture, something that is related to why you're getting education. Now what happens for most students is that when they get out to the community and they try to solve these problems, they see the big gap in their skill sets. They cannot communicate, they cannot write, they cannot plan, they cannot put their ideas together. And they didn't recognize that, see, I really do have a problem. If I do not pick up skills, if I don't gain knowledge, if I don't gain some competence, if I don't gain some skill set, I cannot function in this society. The other side is when they go out and they see the level of deprivation, and you tell somebody to teach ICT to somebody in a community who does not speak any English, and they tell you, oh, so how am I supposed to teach them? They know nothing. So you see, well, these are the people that if you leave university and you're thinking of being a future leader, these are the people that you're going to lead. So you have to start thinking about what kind of solutions you're going to bring to bear on the table when you do graduate, so you can solve problems for these kinds of people. So this idea of service learning, where by the time students graduate, they have actually been in the community for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, actually using their education and the knowledge and the expertise and the skills they're getting from school to solve real problems, ensures that when they work out, they're not helpless. When they walk into a job site, first and foremost, they already have a CV or a resume that demonstrates skills that they've picked up. They also have a clear idea of the kind of challenges that society has and what kind of skill sets and expertise they need to bring to bear to solve those problems. But more importantly, that region is beset with problems. You cannot, every time you step out of the campus gate and you walk down the street, all you see are the problems hitting you in the face. And you cannot turn a blind eye to it. Even, doesn't matter how hard you try. So you would recognize that, look, it's not about, coming from gated world community. There was no door that Boko Haram could not break in the Northeast. There was no walled compound that they did not get into and destroy. So you cannot build a fence high enough that will keep out a band of marauders who are uneducated, who have no skills, and who not have a gun, and who have mortars and weapons. So the only thing you can do is create an environment where the kind of ideologies that can permeate into them, that can turn ordinary young people into extremists, and you build them, make them more resilient, give them additional sources of information, so that the single narrative about if you do this, you get to heaven, or you have access to this, or you do that, becomes rubbish to them. So education that allows people to be able to have an expanded mind, be able to assimilate more ideas, be able to get inspired, as it were, is really what we should be thinking of. Not just education for the pursuit of a piece of paper and eventually to get a job and hopefully to get a better life.
I have to seize the microphone because otherwise they will, I know what a useless youth corporal I was myself, so it's really not. But what I meant was that if you are given 10 youth corpus and they're assigned to your libraries, not all of them are going to be interested in teaching. And that's what I meant when I said you get what you're given. That some of them will be actually interested and inspired. But some of them, they may be perfect in another sphere, but teaching primary school children or helping them with their reading may not be their particular bag. So that was the point of it. And I thought you were bringing chocolate here.
Next time. I wanted to sort of agree, somewhat. We are talking about social change and how to make it happen, and inclusion within that context. And when I say inspire as opposed to educate, I think one cannot happen without the other, because in order for you to get educated, you must first be inspired to be better than yourself. And if you don't have that sort of intrinsic need to be better, you would not even bother being educated. But you made a very good example. I mean, there are people who are doing these things, Boko Haramers and these people, who are educated. I mean, education depends on the angle in which you come. There are people who grow up and are taught Arabic, and they're educated, from an Arabic point of view, which requires you to know the Quran and things like that. And then if you go to different cultures, there are different levels of education. The question is, how inclusive are they? how much do they drive understanding? You know, because because social change is something that has been discussed for centuries. The thing is, you know, it was Einstein that said that what they say, the definition of insanity is doing something the same way and expecting a different result. And we've been trying to do social change for eons using the same things. What we're saying now is the challenge is inclusion, very important word, right? How do you make sure that whatever you know, sphere, whatever discipline somebody comes from, there is that, you know, collaborative sort of understanding of what everybody brings to the table, what everybody's value is. And I think it's best found in the creative industries. I mean, I'll give you an example. I was involved in a movie, doing a movie one time. And, or forget a movie, a song, one song, you know, one song. And you go into a studio and then there's so many people working together to make that song possible. There's a mixer, a producer, you know, and then we're doing a video, there's a lighting guy. At any given point, one song can create employment for 200 people. This is the brilliance of the creative industries. You can create employment, you know, from nothing. And I realized that in those conversations, nobody ever asks, look, how many Muslims we have here? Or how many Christians we have here? How many people have a law degree? How many people have a medical degree? Nobody cares, you know, nobody cares at that point. All everyone cares about at that point is, what do you have to contribute to this endeavor? What do you have to contribute to this goal? And I think it's the best way for social change, the best way for collaboration, for including everyone, is to get that same, I've forgotten the word for it, I wrote it down somewhere, to get that, you know, that simpatico, that same belief, same, if we have the same idea and we want to achieve the same thing, we will collaborate, regardless of what the differences are, regardless of if I come from government, you come from private sector. In Nigeria, the good news is, I see it happening more today than ever before with millennials. I believe that they are actually the guys who can take us there. It's sort of too late for us because, you know, sometimes I still have my old Igbo moves. But these guys have the opportunity to say, you know what, you know, let's get online, let's talk. I mean, I have this GoFundMe, come fund my idea, and you don't care where the person is from. The person is on the other line, other end of a cell phone. You don't have the luxury of seeing, oh, this guy has an Igbo face, or he has a goatee or a hat. Nobody sees anybody. Everybody just sees information and value and how that can come together to sort of create ideas.
Thank you, Paul. I think our panel is building up nicely, and I'm going to build on what you've shared and what Mr. Fidelis shared as well. From your perspective, I think it's easy to take the millennials as a good example, and you kept using that word inclusion. But I think the moment we begin to delve into what is possible with millennials, we then begin to realize quickly that there's still huge inclusion gap or inclusion problem around that as well. Because the so-called millennial that you're talking about, when you look at a society like Nigeria, there are still people who are truly young but disconnected. And following on the example you gave, Mr. Fidelis, of how when you leave the school, this is probably a world-class school, right? You have good education system. You're talking about service level. This is probably top quality. I'm sure there are few schools in Nigeria with that same level of thinking. And the moment you step out of that school, you're in a society, in a community where the kids on the other side are completely, worlds apart. They are years apart from what you're describing. And I think the question is to you, Mr. Bay. So how do we begin to develop as a society such that we don't get carried away by what we're seeing, say, with the millennials, or opportunity that exists for certain group of people? Because that's not just unique to Yola. You can go to Ajegunle, there are places here in Yaba, down the road, that is different from where we're seated to go. So how do we as a society begin to develop such that we actually give consideration for the different levels and part of our society?
I think the first thing is that we need to, that we ourselves, need to emancipate our minds, because we tend to bring sets of assumptions about what people can and cannot do. I could say, I mean, for example, I had a young niece of mine living with me, and I said to her, my dear, you need to, learn typing. This was, before computers were but I said, learn how to type. And I could say, if I look at myself, apart from the fact, of course, that I'm brilliant, that's taken for granted, but apart from that, the things that have actually worked for me, that made me able to be productive, is firstly that I can speak clearly, so that people can understand me both at home and abroad. And if I have to knack it, I can knack it too. But also that I can type, because I can then do my own work. I'm preparing my brief as a lawyer. I can type it out for myself. I can correct it for myself. When I decided to be a fly-by-night columnist, I could, I didn't have to find somebody, as my partner does, to type it for me. I can do it myself. But my niece's reaction and that of her mother was, she wants her to be a typist. And I thought of, no, this is just a skill. It's like driving. It's like saying, I want you to learn to drive. I want you to be a driver. I say, any skill that comes your way, put it in your pocket, because you don't know when you'll be called on. So I would say that one of the things that we can do in terms of inclusion is not to make assumptions about what people are not capable of, because I think we do tend to do that. Yes, they may have problems. I mean, when we started off in ZODML with a program we called Cathy, Catch Them Young, where we would give the children, we'd take 10 children from 2 schools, 20 children, give them a book to read, a small book, and then they would come to the library and they would become members of the library. But would also might put in some, how would you finish this story if it were you, and so on. And there was one girl, as my main trustee said, that she just would not do it. And when they would ask her, look, you can do this, but then she said, look, in the end she said, look, I cannot do it. In the morning I have to get up, my mother is going to market, I'm the one that has to get the younger ones ready to go to school. So by the time I finish doing them, I have to go and I make sure they get to school. I'm already late for school. When I finish school, I have to go and help my mother, sell, market, or whatever it is that she's doing, and still make sure that I don't have time. So with that, you begin to understand that it's not that she can't do it intellectually, but she has issues that maybe you can solve, maybe you can't solve them. But don't make assumptions about why that she's too stupid, she's too stubborn to read this book, or whatever it is. She has issues, and in this case, she happened to articulate them. Many people will not even be able to articulate what their problems are, and they will appear to you to have a mulish or stubborn look, and you just think, this person, you can't help these people. So I think that's one of the things, that it's a two-way street.
If I may come back to you. So if you're given the chance to step out of the gate of your school and believe in the kids outside of the gate, like Ms. Ube mentioned, how would you go about changing education such that we can actually reach out to them as well? And bearing in mind, they can't afford to pay for American university.
Okay, fortunately, we have been given the chance. And that's exactly what we're doing. I'll just give you a rundown of some of the AUN developmental programs. Because the good thing with having a development university is that we can build these developmental programs and get our students, who are a captive audience and a captive workforce, to become the critical components, the tools that make the programs work. We have, I'd say, maybe like 10 different programs that start from, have interventions that affect children as young as 3 to 5 years old, all the way to the mothers who are in the 60s and 70s. The first one I will talk about is what we call our radio,
'radio, 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 'radio,
our students create these radio dramas to teach literacy and numeracy. They write the scripts, they translate it into Hausa, they do the recording in the studio, we produce it, we go and give it to the radio station, Radio Gota. They also write workbooks that we print. We have about, we printed about maybe 200,000 different workbooks. They also write children's story books. One of the challenges in that environment is that it's a print-poor environment. Most of the children who go to school, they've never ever seen a book. So our students write these children's story books. We've written about 60 different titles. Very simple books. Some of them, they just have maybe, a story about I can do this, I can do that, I can smile, I can wink, just to create a culture of learning. And every week we have this radio broadcast on Tuesdays and on Thursdays for 1 hour. That goes out on radio. We set up 750 learning centers. In some of the communities, it's the first time in 2-3 generations that they actually come in contact with education. So you go to the community, you see a place where they don't even have a classroom, they don't have a wall, they don't have schools, they don't have houses. But come Monday at 4 p.m., 4:10 p.m. when the broadcasts are going on, we've distributed about 4,000 radios in this community. The children gather around. 20,000 children each and every Monday and every Thursday gather to take literacy and numeracy lessons. They leave after an hour, they're singing ABC songs, they're doing songs with stones and with their hands, they're learning to write with materials we're giving to them. And all we're trying to do is for the children that are in school that are not learning anything to fortify their academic foundation. For those ones that have not gone to school to actually start learning. So that's our literacy through radio program. And our students go out on Saturdays. We bought about 1,000 tablets. Every Saturday we have a community of about 200, 400 students that go out into the community. Some of them, they go into places where if their parents heard, their parents will withdraw them from the school. But they do go out and they do the face-to-face tutoring to reinforce what the children have learned. We have these little mobile classrooms, we call them School in a Box, that we have maths, we have science, we have other videos in there, and they carry it with them, and the students can access it with these tablets. You see the children learning ABC, they have read along, and then we set up also these mobile libraries, where if a child has finished reading one book, they can come hand that book in, get another book, and read. And they have between Tuesdays and Thursdays. We have children who in the space of 2 months have read 20 books. These children have not read a book in their life before coming to the program. We had this intensive 1-week reading camp, 2 to 3 hours a day, where we brought 1,500 children from the community as part of the program. And these children were trained to read just to improve their reading speed. I think the pedagogy says that you need to be able to read up to 60 words per minute before you can actually read to understand. So reading with comprehension. So we did that to speed up their reading and give them books to develop the reading culture. So we can at least say that if we can get 5 to 10% of those develop a habit of reading as they go about their business, even reading road signs, even reading newspapers, that would have changed the lives of.
Opportunity for scale in that. Is there an opportunity for us to scale that approach beyond what the university alone can do? How can the government learn from it?
Well, this is one of the things we're working on right now. We're thinking about, we had a stakeholders workshop the past 2 days, which we brought in education stakeholders from other universities to see what we're doing. We brought in stakeholders from the government, the State Agency for Mass Education, the State Universal Education Board, and the Ministry of Education, to come and sit down with us, discuss the program, critique it, and see what part of those components they would like us to scale in what parts of the state. Because we can do this within our immediate vicinity, between Yola and Jimenita, where our students can go to. But once it goes beyond a certain distance, the primary objective for our students being there is actually for them to get an education. And they can use this education to create this fantastic content, to do this kind of intervention that builds them as individuals. But they still have to learn and still pass their degrees. But I just talked about the radio listening program. Let me give you just a rundown of all the other programs. We have a school program called the WizKid program, where we've set up clubs in 20 local secondary schools. We send our students in there as mentors to go and try and get those students to become, to try and aspire, first and foremost, to stay in school longer, to get to university, we bring them on campus. Because when you sit in a rural community and everybody you know is either pushing cart or driving keke napep, their primary thinking is not to wake up one day and go to university. But when we send young people who are similarly their age, they've just left and they come to talk to them, tell them about university, tell them what they do there, show them, help them with their homework, put them in these whiskey clubs, show them what they can become in future if they learn the maths and the physics and the chemistry. And essentially, in most cases, replace their maths, physics, and chemistry teachers. Because you see a child, like I said, we went to one secondary school, children were preparing for JAM and WAEG. They didn't know how many hours were in a day. They didn't know how many days were in a week. And they could not multiply 2 and 3 together. And they were at the level of preparing for JAM and WAEG. We had to bring them back into the school and get our students who are in the first year of university to take them to a 1-month intensive program of basic English, letter identification, identifying letter sounds, pronouncing. Even their principal said, look, there's nothing we can do. They have no teachers. So another program we do in the community, which our students also get involved in, we have a program called Peace Through Sports. You can reach the children in school. What about the children out of school? This program called Peace Through Sports, we set up teams of young people, mostly boys and girls who are not in schools. We set them up into football, basketball, volleyball teams. We have about 1,500 kids in different communities. They learn to cooperate with each other. They know that, look, I'm not Muslim, you're not Christian. We have a team. We're trying to work together to win the game. So there's a lot of things we're doing along development. I have a brochure here of all our developmental programs, which if you need to see a copy, you can see what we're doing in the community in terms of getting our students to solve real problems that are in the community as part of their education and their learning process.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I think before I throw it open to the audience, I'd like to just have Paul take between 1 to 2 minutes, and also Mrs. Obi as well. But for Paul, what I'll be looking out for, so you've mentioned now the creative space is, there are no rules, right? Yeah. So, and I like to believe that we have examples of, great people in the space doing exciting things, Chocolate City. Yeah. So if I'm a young person, raised in Agege, to a low income, family, or, say it's from somewhere in Benue State, and I think I can become the next MI.
It's possible.
How do I go about it?
Don't let MI hear anybody say that I said
it's
that.
All right.
It's possible. I was just listening to Mr. Ellis, and very interesting for me in my mind is not that social change as a whole, and then social change depending on where you sit. Because I think clearly there's a need for social change on the basic level, educational level. People who can't read, of course, there's that need there. And then there's sort of like a higher level which people can talk about the economics of, because these guys are not thinking about economics, they're thinking about sort of personal growth and how do I become, but then when you come up, we think about, from a Nigeria point of view, what do we need for social change to do, which is to make the country sort of wealth, to create more wealth and sort of fight poverty. But going back, and that's what I want to say, this is what I got from you, and thank you very much for that. I mean, it was really, I would really sort of like to be involved in a few of these things. One of the best things about the creative industries, to go back to your question, is it's one of the things where I was telling somebody today that where people begin to focus on skills rather than privilege. And that's why it's in the creative industry space that you find more grass to gray stories. You don't find as many grass to gray stories in other industries or on the other segments. In entertainment, you have somebody like MI, for example. His father is an evangelist from Taraba State. I mean, nobody knows who he was until MI became famous, which is not the usual. Before you would have, this guy is the son of General Babangida, he's the son of General that, and there are many guys, Olamide, all these guys, who literally came from nowhere and through sheer grit and talent got where they are today. And that's what I would say to that guy from Benue State or from Agege who wants to be the next MI, that there is opportunity within the creative industries because people in that space don't necessarily look at. I mean, there are artists I know who, and I won't name names, who if you took to that school, they probably couldn't write down themselves. artists who are rich, wealthy, people who have made a name for themselves. And I don't look down on them because they don't have, what I like to call Western education or whatever. That's not the point. I mean, that's not what I'm about. What I'm about is the value. There's a guy, I'm from Jos, I was born in Jos and grew up in Jos, and a guy called Dan Mariah, Jos, very famous musician who couldn't speak as teacher of English. I mean, his English, he couldn't. So if you were to take him to in a Western sort of setting, it's his total no-go. But his impact on the community was massive. He was a great social influence on people. He used to, when there was issue with the HIV/AIDS, he was one of the bigger voices. Brands, we had brands. He was a brand ambassador for a lot of brands because of his influence. So to answer your question, the creative industries is one place, is probably one of the most important factors in driving social change, because it is, for me, the most inclusive sort of sector. It doesn't ask those questions. Of course, it's not as perfect as all that. There's always issues, but the questions that are asked
about gender increase.
Look, this is Nigeria, of course. But I would say even gender doesn't matter. I think we have as many female stars as we have male stars, and this is if you include Nollywood and music. Last year is the first time, I think last year, a year and a half ago, is the first time that Nollywood, the creative industries, have actually been tracked from a financial point of view. And the GDP of Nigeria actually went up by a lot of points. We're talking $500 billion dollar business. Now think about this. There's a $500 billion business a year that anybody can enter. And this is the beauty of the creative industries. You don't have to know anybody. You don't have to be anybody's son. You don't have to be anybody. If you have a good voice, if you know how to play piano, you're in. If you know how to write scripts, if you know how to tell stories, you are in. The barrier for entry in creative industries is so low because it depends basically on your talent and your will and sort of your expertise, as opposed to those days where I need, there's some law firms I know I need 10 degrees to enter. If you didn't go to Harvard, we're all in those days where only people with 2-1 need apply. If you don't have 2-1, don't apply. But it's the opportunity we are today. CcHub is like that as well. I'm sure nobody asks you for your CV. You come with your ideas and, the door is open.
We just ask you for your code. That's so finally, before we go to the audience, thanks for Mr. Obey. So you have this fantastic network of libraries, and I mentioned from our desk research, there are over 300 libraries across Nigeria. Just line file not being well used. What do you think we can learn from your experience? And if there's something we can learn from it, how can we actually take action on what you've seen managing that network of libraries to improve on those over 300 libraries?
I think that I'm not an expert I'm not a trained librarian or anything. I'm just somebody who actually likes to read a lot. And as a mother, I quickly taught my daughter to read so that she would leave me in peace. So, the expression, babies need books. You start with your baby and read them. You'll love it. But, the point is that, so that's my perspective. But I think that what I've seen because the libraries that we have we call them the oases. They're inside the schools. Now, what we're talking about here are libraries that are in the community. But the issue is, even in the schools, we have somebody there to help and to guide and to suggest and to direct. If the library is just in the community, but it's a dusty old place. We, for example, we applied to the International Book Bank. They will send you, the libraries in the developed world are all digitalizing, so they've got books to get rid of, and they will send you books by the container load, as long as you can pay for the shipment. And then your trick will be to explain to the customs that this is a shipment of no value. We're not going to pay anything on it. But so books you can get. And in fact, we also had a program of sending books to schools that asked for them all over the country, just still trying to get out of them. So I think that for libraries, it's a matter of people don't know what's going on in the field. Whenever I go, when I've been, Lagos State has this thing where they give awards to those who have helped them in their education or something. And honestly, when you go, it's standing room only. They say that come for breakfast with the governor, you think, oh, it's just going to be me. And you get there, literally, standing room only, because there are so many people with such passion about contributing. You know, I think that what we are doing at ZODML is great. We are just one of a crowd. So there are a lot of people who have that interest, that passion, they want to contribute, but we don't, until things like that happen, we don't even know what is happening. And I dare say that is where all these things like technology, information technology come into play, because there are ways of, it's okay to say, it's on the website, they should go and see. I can tell you the zodml.org website is there, but if you don't know about it, you may not know about it. So there have to be ways of also liaising with the gate. There are still some gatekeepers, although I agree with you that if you have a good script or you have a good voice, you don't necessarily, as you had to in the past, go through a producer and before you get heard by the world. But there are still some people, and this is really where government should come into play. We're not. I mean, I come, as you know, from the human rights community as well. That we're not asking government to do the job. We're saying to government, look, open the door so that people who want to help you can help you. But there are some minimum things that you should be able to do. And this economic crisis that we're going through is an opportunity. As they say, every crisis is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for government to say, you know what, the things that we can't do, we better leave them to the people who can do them. And once they've got their hand off, maybe they will realize that actually it's better for us to have our hand off. Definitely there will be a curriculum. Definitely you have to train teachers. But we all know that as the problem, as you find in Adamawa State, is that the children could be intelligent, but because they don't have the teachers, their intelligence is locked in a box. And we just have to unlock it, teacher or no teacher, I'm afraid. So I'm a great reader of novels. I'm not saying that I learn a lot about it, but it just gives me ideas. I'm not what you will not find me reading the technical manual or the law reports all the time, or the religious tract, but read anything. And yes, it's true. I know most people that you see them reading a book. It's not a novel. You feel quite frivolous sometimes when you're reading your novel, but you just find that it will open your mind to possibilities, things that could be, things that work, and also teach you. You can also learn and see parallels from your own society and your own situation to what is described in another society, another community. So it does inspire, it opens your imagination, and that's really all we're asking for in the end. I think, imagine yourself in somebody else's shoes. You could be young, you could be old. As I say, I am now old, but I was young. No, actually, I was born middle-aged, so that doesn't count. But I have young ones in my family. I have young ones who, you know, as I say, I'm leaving. When I check out, I'm not going to be there to hold their hand through everything. It's as much in our interest, even at my age, to make sure that what we leave behind will be something that they can survive in and navigate. So what can I say? I've finished talking.
Yeah. A round of applause for our panelists. So we've got literally 10 minutes. Sorry, I took all the time. To go through questions and answers. So what we're going to do is, please, I'm going to plead that we keep it simple, so that our panelists can also keep it really, really simple. And hopefully we can take up to 5 questions in the next 10 minutes. Dami, can you help? All right. Go ahead, whoever you take.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Bakrin Babalola.
I want to ask a question and also make a comment. The question anybody can answer. Majorly is, how do you help someone develop a reading culture? Because I remember that while I was growing up, I stayed a bit with my uncle, and sometimes after he reads the newspaper, he'll call me, Tunde, come. Said, come and start typing the newspaper, the reports, the news. I was like, how am I going to? So I started, he did that to, not only to me, to his sons also and daughters. Like, okay, the first person that finished typing, I'll give the person kudos or something. No money, nothing. I gained interest in that. I was able to type fast. And it helped me start reading the newspaper itself. And I gained interest. So from there, I started reading novels, like you said. They were interesting, well, without pictures. So from there, I developed the culture of reading itself, and I loved it. And with the reading, I could communicate better. Whenever I want to describe something to someone, I imagine better and construct it better. But now I have some people around me whereby you give them just a tract of maybe about 500 words, and like, it's just the headline, like, okay, I'll read it, and they just drop it. Even ordinary flyer, some people cannot even read it, not because they cannot read, but it's not just there. And sometimes like the example you gave about the child that has too many responsibilities in the house, and I saw a parent, like, why would you be telling your daughter, this small daughter, to be doing all these chores and everything? Say, if she doesn't do, who will not do it? Will I kill myself for her? And the parents, sometimes, are not even encouraging. My father or mother never gave me that assignment, but my uncle helped me to do that. Now, the question majorly, I've said, I want to repeat again. How do you help someone else? Because I tried the way I was taught, but the person did not, the people, they couldn't even...
do you want to take that, Paul? Okay, so Paul is interested in that.
I have 2 kids. I have almost 3. I have many kids. I have many kids that I know of. I have to add that. Yeah, so my daughter is 9, almost 10, and she's a voracious reader. I mean, like I was when I was young, and people often are so impressed by how well she reads. And I realized that, I had to find, I'm quite lucky, I grew up with very well-read parents, and I had to find something that would interest her. So it's not like she likes reading. At first, she didn't like it, but then I remember when I was young, I loved these Asterix and Obelix. I don't know who knows those books. And I saw a guy, and I bought like the whole thing. I think it's like 30-something books, 35 books. And I told my daughter, this is Asterix and Obelix. You will enjoy this. And she was like, no. But then she read the first one. Just that first one. And I promise you, she went through the whole 35 books in a month. And she started reading everything else. So now we don't have an issue, which is, so I find that if you take the time to understand something, find that thing that inspires the person, something that they like, and link that to reading, you solve that problem. Second thing I wanted to say is, it's sad today. It's one of the things that have come with the internet and social media, that people don't just like to read. People don't like to write properly. Sometimes I'm off social media because I get a little bit irritated when I read a few of the comments with the funny typing, and it just doesn't help. It's unfortunately where we are today, but I think it's up to us to sort of make sure that we sort of drive a better culture. Yeah.
Thanks, Paul. Can we take the...
Okay, my name is Oluwadimimo. Mr. Felilis mentioned something about primary children, educating them, and all that. What about university students? I'm a student of Obafemi Awolowo University, biochemistry, where all you need to do in school is just to read. There is no other thing. Like if you are doing extracurricular activities, lecturer will make you feel as if you don't know anything. Like you just have to face your book. And after you finish, you have graduates who don't know the meaning of CV or what a PhD is. So what are are there private organizations that actually take their time to probably go to the public universities or private universities to liaise with the university itself to be able to help students? Because the only leadership summit like this that I know in my school is just Beyond Ife, and I came from school to attend this summit. So it's not everybody that has the old passion. So I guess it's more of maybe when you continue telling them, impacting knowledge, to know that, okay, everything is not about book. So my question is, what are how do I put it now? Like the steps or things that governments or private organizations are doing to actually help university students to
you know, can I just answer that and then we'll go to the next one? I'll keep it as brief as possible.
Exactly. We don't have enough time. If you're interested in the question, you can also chip in as well.
Yeah. You know, when NUC came by, the National Universities Commission, and they saw what we were doing, they said this is a model that we need to push to the Nigerian universities. Because in reality, getting students who come out who are well read, but who cannot do anything else, who don't have any practical skill, means you're passing the challenge of making them useful for the workplace to the employers. Yeah. And that's a big challenge. The CWES program was meant to address that, but I don't think it has been as successful as it should be. Even the NYSC program was also meant to contribute to that. It has not really quite worked. But in reality, at one point in time, we were trying to look at how you create excellence. I took a visit to Harvard, to MIT, and we asked them, why is it that MIT is one of the best universities in the world as far as engineering is concerned? And they were very adamant that the way the curriculum has been structured, you have the formal curriculum where the students learn, they read. You have the informal curriculum. The instructors give homework where the students must do other things that gain them other skills in order for them to do that homework. Those skills are what employers actually need. So if they give you a homework to design something, you will pick up skills in C++, you pick up skills, and the end product allows you to build the skills. So even your instructors can give you, if they were educated and they were exposed and they had some private sector experience, they can give you assignments and homework that will allow you to actually do other things other than just read. Yeah? And the last but not the least is what MIT does is they have a popular curriculum. Every student in the engineering department must work on a private project on their own that has nothing to do with academics, but use the knowledge and skills that they've learned to build something that they can showcase at the end. And when people get to do that, if you're doing biochemistry, if you're asked to build some kind of artificial life form, yeah, the knowledge that you find out that you learn a lot more from that than anything you can read from books. Yeah.
You want to?
Well, I would have answered I've just spoken on the issue, because I'm one of those who the internet has really spoilt my reading habit. I mean, you know, as I said, I was in human rights. There was a time when people used to expect us to be arrested. And my worry was that I'll be in the prison, they'll only give us the Bible and the Quran to read. How will I survive without anything to read? And it was a real concern to me. But now I think I would be panic-stricken at the idea of being separated from my electronic jujos. But with regards to reading, I would just say, start them young, catch them young. If you're a young parent, you tuck your child in bed and you read them a story. You get them started, and also they go to bed, they go to sleep in time, and you can do something else for the rest of the evening. So it's a win-win situation all around. And they get to, you always will read to them above their own reading age. So you're kind of leading them on. I mean, by the time my daughter went to school, we were reading Jane Eyre. When she went to boarding school at the age of 10, we were reading Jane Eyre, and we'd already done The Lord of the Rings before the films came out. So, in fact, we were in the market, and she saw an old man with a hat and a stick. A beggar, actually, but she said, "Oh, there's Gandalf." But then, you know, the films came along and showed us that Gandalf was an old white man with a grey beard. It was not quite the same thing. But until then, as far as she was concerned, there were people in her world. So you as a parent can really get that thing going. As to universities, I think that even if the university doesn't provide it, you're only there for a certain part of the year. There are things that you can do outside when you're on vacation, and I would urge you to also explore those opportunities as well.
So we'll take two more questions. One, and from the youth corps.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Arama Jesuabo. First of all, I want to commend the panelists and also state that I am a beneficiary of the ZODML library. And then my initiative, Alpha Literacy Initiative, benefited a donation of over 200 children's books last year, and I'm very grateful for that. Now, moving onwards to the creative arts, I want to ask, how do we integrate creative arts into the education curriculum? That's more like a suggestion, not really a question, because I think that we cannot separate inspiration from knowledge, because as far as your eyes can see, that's where you can actually try to reach to. So I think that we should start looking at how to integrate this creative arts into institutions. Let the creative industry start partnering with schools in such a way that we can actually, after doing their normal coursework, let them have it in form of play. As simple as it may sound, but I think a lot of talent will come out from there. I live in an area where it's not so urban, and sometimes I say, how do I teach my child piano? They don't have it in their school. So last time I was like, should I just set up like a play group where I can have someone volunteer to come and teach children skills like this? But then I think, how many things can I do at the same time? So I think that if we begin to bring a lot of people, there are a lot of stars in the creative arts industry. I think they should start giving back, and they should give back through the grassroots actually. Not just by the side, not doing it as a side thing, but actually putting it in schools, in communities, at the grassroots, so we can actually move this social change and then progress. Thank you.
Just briefly, I think you're absolutely right. You can't separate knowledge from that inspiration. I think knowledge, if anything, helps inspiration to grow, right? It kindles the flames. In terms of what you're talking about, we are making sort of serious steps in doing what you're saying. There are music schools around Nigeria, everywhere actually. It's just the barriers to entry. How affordable is it? Like I told you earlier, I do have kids, and my kids are very, very sort of advanced in music school. My daughter does Muson exams, and she's level to level, and she's a great piano player. She's only 9, and it amazes me what she can do. And I think because she started early, I don't even play piano that well, but I didn't start early. Well, she started when she was 2, and now she's like a whole new level, and my son as well. And the thing, how do we get other kids to have that opportunity? From Chocolate City point of view, we are in process of partnering with a couple of schools to start music academies in Nigeria. We already have one scoped out and planned. Hopefully, we are hoping to get the support to launch that sometime next year. We don't know if we are able to do that at a price point that can get everybody, but at least it's a start. We are also talking to government. We've had very, very good meetings with Nasir El-Rufai in terms of, from a Kaduna State point of view, how do we get some academies, music academy, and our chairman, Mr. Kimbele Osagi, has also sort of contributed land already to say, okay, you know what, we need to use this land to sort of build a school, for which we have partnered with the Fela Kuti Foundation to see how we can set up a school. So we have 3 or 4 ideas that are floating around on how do we get actual music schools, and when I say actual, because I'm not somebody who does ideas on top. I'm an operations guy, right? So, and when I say schools, I mean actual classroom with pianos. How many kids per class? How many teachers do we have? How much we pay them? When can they start? So, I mean, we are working on it, and if we can keep in touch, I mean, I'd like to sort of hear your own ideas as well in terms of where you live and your area, and maybe we can also simplify for that sort of area.
We're well over our time. Thanks, Bob. But you still take your question, and we'll try to...
thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Adiola Badmos, and I'm really happy to be in this summit and in this session. My question is about universities too, but on the flip side of the system. I personally love teaching. Right from secondary school, I teach my mates, even in the university. I did that too, and I was considering becoming a lecturer at a point, and then I did a critical study of the whole system, and at that point I started dreading teaching because I didn't want to be a part of that. There was this particular mathematics course I did in my third year, and I saw the lecturer's note from front, from my seat. It was quite brown. I was wondering what kind of paper it was. Then after the class, I went close and I saw that it was the same notes he took as a student in 1992. It was using to teach us, and I saw the way even postgraduate students were being treated, and I made a decision that I'm rather not going to do masters at all than do it in this country. So personally, I just visited that rather than teach out in the formal education sector, I teach programming once in a while I can. But I still have a flair for teaching in such a sector, and I'm happy that there's a professor in the house. So please, what exactly can be done to revamp this whole academic sector, and what would you be your advice to people like me who like that sector but I don't want to go in there? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's you. But next.
You know, you made a very good point. The rot in the education system in Nigeria is actually very deep. Not only am I responsible for teaching some classes and some students, even in the university, as highbrow as we are, part of my job is doing something called the institutional effectiveness. I take every semester, I do an assessment, a feedback from students about every class they have taken, and generate a rating for the effectiveness of that instructor, for the course they took, for what was learned. This is absolutely missing from most of the local university system. There's no feedback mechanism that somebody can actually assess and get it. Until there's some kind of, if you don't measure something, you cannot improve it. I think we need a very strong system of measurement for the local education system. And when you start bringing in measurement, you bring in a lot of accountability. Some of these faculty that they think themselves as teen gods in the class, they may actually change their attitude when the feedback that students give about the way they teach, the content of the course, their attitude to responding to student criticism determines their own success. But when there's no mechanism for feedback, I mean, I've had scenarios in the university where I have had to get a teacher suspended from teaching for 2 semesters until they improve their teaching skills. Say, look, we're not going to have this particular instructor in a class.
I'm sorry, doesn't that say more about the system that's the issue? It's just in the first place, you know, because his question is, you know, the state is so poor that he doesn't want to get opportunity. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But let me just answer the second part of his question. Another thing you find is that if you ever go to a website called Khan Academy, yeah, or Udacity, or Coursera, or Udemy, there's a lot of online learning that has been made available. Yeah? For you, somebody who loves teaching and who actually has the knowledge and skills and expertise, there's a lot of things that we can create. Nigeria does not produce a lot of enough content at all. Take a laptop, take a tablet, get a small microphone, get a screen recording software. You can create your own learning content, create your own classes, and actually get your knowledge to be taught in many other communities. That's also part of the creative and inspiration that content that we were talking about. You don't only have to be a musician. You don't only have to be a songwriter. You can write your own scripts and create your own educational content. In Korea, for instance, there are instructors that are teachers that are make $1 million a year just from being after-school teachers. They are superstars because they are very good teachers and they generate content that other people like to learn from.
Yeah, so I'm sorry to encroach in your space, sir. No, but this one pains me a lot. I think this is the most important. This is the most important question that has been asked today. Thank you very much. I think we need to do more. I think we need to go and ask Buhari or whoever we need to ask what they're doing about education, and because there's a dilution when there's too much of something. There's not enough to go around. So these people have built 2,000 universities just because they want allocation or they want to have a university in their state. Nobody is thinking, how many teachers do we have? How many lecturers do we have of quality who can teach in those schools? And it's really quite annoying when somebody opens University of not Opulafo, and then there's no teacher, there's a guy who is using. So I think from a social change point of view, I think it's more of a conversation is to tell these government people, the Minister of Education, I don't know what his name is, reduce this number of universities so that the people who are good actually can go around, you know, and do something about these fake guys that are teaching people.
Sorry, we can't take an additional question. So, Mr. Fidelis, Mr. Paul, and Mrs. Ube, we thank you so much for your time. Can we all give them a round of applause for their time, please? Thank you.
So in like 3 minutes, we're going to have another exciting startup showcase. So you can use this time to talk, network, and speak to some of the speakers. But in 3 minutes, we'll start the startup showcase. Don't worry.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make some friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You know, you just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And you know, the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because, you know, anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14. I was 14 when you started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming. Being introduced to this computer development, we got to know each other and we got to make such friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can.
How many of you, like me, are aspiring potential fit farm people? No one likes anything fitness here. I can see some people nodding. I asked how many people are in the Fit Farm movement or aspiring to join the movement. Okay, all right. So our next startup showcase is a social app that helps people achieve a healthy and more active lifestyle. So they connect you to fitness events and sport events happening around you. They even connect you to teammates and fitness partners that are around you as well. And it's not just in Lagos, it's across Nigeria, and I think in some other African countries, for those of you that are from other countries as well. So I'll give it to the program director of Tropper, Babs.
Okay, thank you. Afternoon, everyone. My name is Babs, and I work at Tropper. I'd like to showcase our app. So Tropper is a novel tool that aims to get more people active globally. It's as simple as that. Now that raises the question, obviously, why do I need to be active, right? The World Health Organization actually recommends that everyone gets between 150 minutes of moderate activity every week to 75 minutes of vigorous activity every week, or a mixture of both. Now, we all know this, right? Like, we know that we need to be active, but what are the actual stats for physical activity? Now, we have a few of them right here, and I'll just pick a couple of the interesting ones. So I'll start with this. Now, physical inactivity is actually responsible for 5.3 million deaths worldwide. Now, that's like the leading cause of non-communicable diseases out there. And we're talking about the big four. That's heart disease, type 2 diabetes, breast cancer, and colon cancer. Now, if physical inactivity, that's the number of people who are actually active. Now, if physical inactivity was reduced by 10%, we would actually avert 500,000 deaths. If we were to do that by 25%, we would avert 1.3 million deaths. Now, if we actually eliminated it, that means if every single person on the planet got between that 150 minutes of moderate exercise to 75 minutes of vigorous exercise every week, we would actually have the same effect as eliminating smoking and eliminating type 2 diabetes. Yes, type 2 diabetes. Now, it's been proven that physical activity has been able to reduce the risk of dementia in older persons, as people over 65, by 50%. And also, in people over 75 years, physical activity has actually been able to rejuvenate their muscles by 15 years. So they were able to actually reverse the effects of aging by 15 years. Physical activity also decreases the risk of cancer mortality by 40%. And what that simply means is, in a group of people who are physically active but have cancer, and a group of people who are physically inactive but also have cancer, the risk of mortality is reduced by 40% in the group that are physically active. Now, there's nothing really special about these stats. We all know these things, right? These are things that we've come in contact with at one point or the other. But the question then is, why do we have 1 out of every 4 adults being physically inactive, living a sedentary lifestyle? And we've identified a couple of barriers to physical activity. Now, the barriers begin with infrastructure. Basically, how do I get fit? Like, where do I find fitness venues around me, right? And that's quality. That means I want to find a fitness venue that is in good repair. I mean, there are lots of fitness venues right now, but they're all a lot of them are in disrepair. Access, basically, is it open to me? If I get there, will I be turned away? What are the times when it's opened? Who are the trainers there? And location, where exactly is this place? The second is information. So that's what, how, when, why. Basically, I want to go on this fitness journey. How do I do it? How do I get started? Who can do this with me? We have cost. And for cost, interestingly enough, you have the actual cost, which is, we've ranked under affordability, right? So you have people who wonder, will I be able to afford being able to live a healthier lifestyle? And then there's perceived cost, where a number of people think that living a healthier, more active lifestyle is something only the well-to-do actually do. And lastly, you have motivation. And for motivation, basically, I don't want to be on my own. I don't want to do this alone. Like, a couple of us have heard about the physical stats now, and I can bet, there might be some of us who are going to go home, dust off our shoes. This Saturday, we're going to run. What happens next Saturday? Motivation starts to wane, right? And so that's accountability, community, and support. So these are the barriers preventing us from physical exercise. What is the solution? And the solution basically is Chopper. Now with Chopper, the Chopper app actually lists Chopper events. So when you download the Chopper app or you open up the Chopper app, you have a list of physical activity events going on around you, right? And what that does is already you know where these events are going to happen. That takes care of infrastructure right there. I'll give you an example. A couple of months ago, I decided I want to start playing tennis, and I set up the event on the Chopper app as we usually do. And just to get more people involved, because I didn't really want to be like the only novice on the court. And then we had a couple of people come around, and these are guys who run, it's in the University of Lagos. They run in the University of Lagos 3 times a week. They've been doing it for months. And people actually came to the tennis court and they're like, oh, we didn't know there was something like this here. We didn't know there was actually a good tennis court here. We didn't know that we don't have to be students to be a part of this. So that takes care of infrastructure right there. Now, Chopper cells also take care of infrastructure in the sense that as part of Chopper, or rather Chopper has like different cells in different locations. Now what we mean by cells is communities within different residential areas, right? So people come together to engage in physical activities. Now each cell is handled by a cell leader. And what a cell leader does is the cell leader takes care of logistics. So for people who want to run, for instance, the cell leader is responsible for mapping out a safe route, responsible for the logistics of where they meet, where they take off from. And with that, you can already see that we're solving the problem of infrastructure. Now for information. We have what is known as Chopper groups. On the Chopper app, we have groups that are basically divided by interests. So, whether it's weight loss or it's, abs for those of us that have work on our tummies to do, whether it's weight gain, whether it's, whatever it is, squash, tennis, there are all sorts of different interests. And basically what that does is it starts to create conversations around those interests. So people who like squash, for instance, They start talking about where they can play squash. They start talking about the times that they can meet. They start talking about the things you need to know before you start, right? An example of this would be right now we're in the middle of something called the X-Band Biggest Loser. And it's a challenge on the app where everyone is, well, those who want to are trying to lose as much weight as possible. And obviously I'm on that challenge as well. Now, you have, because, we're in partnership with Infinix, and so we're getting like influx of new members. And then people come onto the group in day one, and they're like, hello, my name is, Temi, and I'm new here. I really love to be a part of this. What do I do? How do I get started? And what we do is we just tell them, take it easy, make small changes, just look at the group. And by day 3, day 4, they've seen what the community basically is doing, and they're adopting those things in their own lives. So that's basically what the app does. It just democratizes information in a way that's accessible for everybody. Then, of course, we have costs. Now, for costs, on the app, you have a wide range of events. And these events range from free to paid. And there's an event for basically every price point that you might have rather. And of course, looking at actual cost, yes. And of course, looking at actual cost, you have people around you, and you can see how they're making those changes in their lives. It makes it easier for you to also make those changes yourself. And of course, motivation, which is the last thing. Tropper provides a community that keeps people engaged, right? And in keeping people engaged, what that does is no matter what, your friends are around you, you know that your friends are going to support you, and also provides that air of accountability. And that's basically how we solve the problem of motivation. A couple of metrics. Tropper currently has over 19,000 users, 1,500 plus events in 12 cities across Africa and the United Kingdom. We have 60% active users, and the way we categorize that is people participating in 3 to 5 events every month. We see 55 average new users every day, and 35 active events every week. The future for us is that we see this as a tool to stay globally active, to stay active globally rather, regardless of your location. So wherever you might be in the world, you can pick up your Tropper app and find physical activity around you, right? So basically you can pick up your Tropper app and find events anywhere you are, regardless of your location. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great day.
So, I know some of you are thinking this Babs just wants me to start jogging every morning and be lifting different things. All those things are too stressful. Let me tell you, I went for Tropper Dance-a-thon, right, Babs? Tropper Dance-a-thon, and all we had to do was dance for like 1 hour or 2 hours. All the same thing, fitness. At least I lost some weight. So if you're not into jogging or lifting, there are different things for you on Tropper, from dancing to, I think even you organize different kinds of events where people just come together. So download the Tropper app. It's available on iOS and Android. So download it, please. Next on Femi. We're almost closing. Next thing we have is just a quick reflection and Q&A session, and I'll hand over the mic to Femi Longe. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Wow. It's been a great day, right? Has it been a great day? Has it been a great day? Good. Thank you all so much. Well, I'm not doing the vote of thanks yet, but I'll still thank you for coming to Social Change Summit today. It's been 1 year since we've had this, we've been working on this, and we're pleased to see how it's come. I'm just going to take us through, we're just going to look through the sessions we've had today, and it'd be good to hear a few from the room reflections, key things that you've heard today that have struck you from the panels, the sessions, And I'll take them one at a time. I'll start with the very first session we had in the morning, which was by our CEO, Boso Tijani, where he basically set the context to why we're doing this program, why we think social change is the kind of conversation that we need to start having in Nigeria as a society. Right after that, we had what did we have after that? Mrs. Awoshika. I knew, I just wanted to see if you guys remember. I mean, who could forget Mrs. Awoshika's keynote? Like, seriously. If nothing, the challenge she threw to us, let us stop feeling entitled and expecting other people to change Nigeria for us. If we don't take responsibility to make Nigeria the Nigeria we want it to be, it won't happen. But the other bit to her message, which I think struck me very strongly, was around how for too long we in Nigeria have been defining ourselves by our tribes. And even though we've had 50-something odd years to actually start defining ourselves by our nation, Nigeria, we're still stuck in the past. And the truth is, the people who benefit from us being stuck in the past would rather we keep thinking in tribes. And she challenged us that our generation should actually break that whole, push that whole tribe and other funny identity things aside and embrace that being Nigerians and use that as a catalyst for us to actually move to create the kind of country that we want. And then right after that, we had the presentation from Stephen King and Ori, where they talked about communication as a tool for development, as catalyst for social change, where they showed us interesting stats from research on how the media actually has in itself potential to actually shift the agenda. But things like investment and support are limiting and holding back the media. And how they gave challenge to both media practitioners, us, who, like someone said, are part of, like Jafet Omojua said, are part of the deregulated media, but also funders, to actually make the media have a better say in how Nigeria changes going forward. Then we had the first 3 panels. And because of the law of indivisibility, I could only be in one panel. So I'll ask one person who was in the panel on media innovation to share the key things, the key highlights from that panel. That was the panel that was moderated by Ori and had in the panel Biola Alabi and Chude Jidonwo and Osage and Chrissy Hidera. Anyone wants to share their key highlights from that panel? Yes.
Hello everyone, I'm Oluwatobi. Okay, I totally enjoyed the innovation panel. To me, I was in the other panel, but I think that was the best panel for today. Please, if you agree with me, can you raise up your hand? All right. So yes, it was really insightful and engaging, and we discussed on a lot of things. We discussed about monetizing our content curation. We also discussed disruptive media, how we can take media from where we are now and use it to tell engaging stories. But one of the, what's his name, Mr. Chris Inder, Nollywood screening room, he really spoke and hit the nail on the head with regards to filmmakers and with regards to information data. We don't have, our Nollywood industry lacks data. For that is the they don't have data to push and to source for funds as a media agency. So, and across all platforms, they all agree that the media and all forms of media, traditional and digital, lack a level of data to push for funds. And somebody raised a very important question with regards to private investors coming in to take over media firms. And Mrs. Biola Alabi said that it would continue to be that way if private and government do not take charge and do not take part in helping and funding of new media houses. So yeah, a lot of things were mentioned, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Let's give her a hand properly for summarizing it. And then while that was going on, we had the session on how to fund social change on the first floor. That session was moderated by Tunji Elesho and had on the panel Stephen King and M.A.S.N. and Wibebo. Anyone wants to give their own summary and highlights from the session? Anyone who was on the session, how to fund social change?
Don't be shy.
Please, I saw plenty of people running there because they say, I want to go where the money is. So if you've gone where the money is, surely you should be able to. Who? Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Iloya Debanke. I'm Director for Research and Development at Kowa Party. I was at the session downstairs, and, well, I went there because I wanted to feel the pulse of, the average young Nigerian and how the government could come in to help out. And I learned that for most startups, for most business organizations that are coming up, they do not necessarily need a lot of money. What they need is something to start up. I also learned that a lot of young Nigerians doing amazing stuff, and we must not give up in continuing to push for progress for better Nigeria. Thank you.
Can we give her a hand? Let's give her a hand properly now. At the same time that was happening on the ground floor, the session I was in, I moderated it. I had Egghead Odewale, Ojoma Ochai, and Adenike Adeyemi from Fit Foundation. And the session was on partnerships for development, new models for engagement. Anyone who was in that session that would love to. Sorry? No, I don't want to summarize it. Anyone who was in that session, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Olushola Aladejebi. Well, one of the key points in our discussion there was when it comes to partnership, the idea that comes to people's mind is a bigger organization giving help, helping a smaller organization. But really, partnership is more like has something to offer. Let's just say a small organization. We have something to offer. The big organization has something to offer you. So there's value you're bringing. You want to collect value. So it's not just the idea of help me. So those who seek to create value through social entrepreneurship should have that mindset, that be rigorous enough to build value around what you are doing, so that the other person will see it and, wow, it's something I can contribute to. And we also discussed areas of partnership. Even one of the panelists talked about how in America, some organizations try to engage prisoners in a way to reduce crime rate, so that they won't have to spend much money, because to keep a prisoner in prison costs a lot. So, I mean, all kinds of innovative ways to add value through partnership.
Okay, give him a hand too. Right after that, we had the startup showcase with Life Bank. And then we had lunch. How was lunch? How was lunch? It made sense. And then right after lunch, we had the panels in the afternoon. Up here, we had the panel that we just finished not long ago. Inclusive development. engaging all voices. Anyone wants to sum up the key points you took from that session? Inclusive development. Anyone? I can't see any hand.
Don't be shy.
Come on. Who? You want to sum it up? Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so first thing that I can remember right now is that there needs to be an ideological shift from just, not just the definition of educating people has to change from just sit down in class and read your book and write exam and go home and collect paper and go to work. But it needs to be about how you can take what you've learned to do practical things, to solve problems and give practical solutions. And also how you can enter into, how you can start things that you don't necessarily need to have one backer behind you. You can do what you want to do with what you have. Start with what is around you. And most of all, that your ideas should inspire people to do things and not just be about the money, 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 and to solve problems, basically. Yeah.
Give her a hand now. That session was moderated by Bosun Tijani and had in the panel Mr. Paulo Kugo, Mr. Fidelis Ndecha, and Ayobe. And while that session was going on, we had the session downstairs on media, Nigerian media independence and social change, and had as the moderator Tumishe Olarapokuku and Jafet Omojuwa and Olawale Rotimi as panelists. Anyone who was in that session that wants to quickly summarize? Anyone? Okay. Can someone get her the mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I learned that we should first acknowledge the changes that are happening in Nigeria, though they are little, but we have some changes happening and we should be positive about that. And then concerning content-wise, we should be able to package our content in a way that comes down to the level of our target audience. That way we can actually push what we want them to actually feel. And then Jeff talked about different levels of senses. We have people with small sense, big sense, medium sense, and no sense. Thank you.
Let's give her a hand. Now, the intention when we convened this summit was to create an environment where information and knowledge sharing can happen. Do we feel, and this being honest, if you personally feel, if you don't feel, you don't have to say anything. If you feel that you've actually been part of actual true knowledge sharing and you've gained things today, can I hear? Yes? Like I did last year. This is the second one. Should we do it again? Should we do it again? Should we do it again? Good. So, yeah, thank you all very much for coming. That's the bulk of the intellectual part of the day. Tunji, can I call on Mr. Tunji Elesho, Managing Partner of Growth Capital, to give a quick word of thanks?
Good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of the entire team, I'd like to say a very big thank you. First and foremost to the team from Media Network, Stephen and Ori. for coming and supporting us again the second summit. We are better off for your support, and we know we can continue to count on that support going forward. So a round of applause for Stephen and Ori from the Media Network team. I would like to also thank all our panelists. It's not often that you can call on people who have knowledge, experience, and a lot to share, and they would drop everything they're doing and come over and spend the entire day with us. We're sincerely grateful for your knowledge, for your experience, and most importantly for your time to come and share with us. So please, a big round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Of course, we can't forget all of you. The day started at about 7:30, 8 o'clock. We started having people come in. I was blown away when at 9 a.m. this room was full. This is 4:30 and the room is still full. Please, a round of applause to all of us. All of us. The movement is real. The movement is here to stay, and it will keep growing. Having everyone here sharing knowledge, absorbing a lot from all our panelists as speakers, it's been really impressive. It's very clear that as a society, working together, collaborating is the way forward. That's the only way we're going to move the society forward. So a big thank you to every single person who came from the beginning and are still here now. Last but not the least, can I have everyone on the team please come forward? Let's acknowledge all those that have been behind putting this together. So please, everyone, hurry up. Let's do this bit. So it took a lot of work, of course, as you would all imagine, to package this. This time last year when we finished, within 48 hours we had the website up and we put the timeline to the next event. And today, as we had said, the event has held. It's taken a lot of work. It's taken a lot of people. As you see, they're all coming out now. And I want to appreciate each and everyone specially for their role and their contributions. This time last year, we were probably half this number. And again, it shows that for us, we weren't? Okay. We're probably this large. Okay, cool. How many of us here were not here last year? Aha, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not bad. Okay, so how do I do this? First and foremost, to the management team, of course, led by Bosun Tijani and Femi Longe. Thank you very much for your leadership, for your support, and for driving us to make this happen in a way that makes everyone proud. So thank you all so much for your guidance. So yeah. Okay, this way. We had interesting teams that led this. We had the comms team, we had the content team, the logistics team, and in their various clusters, they went about making sure that we could have a really good event. So Kenel Deze, of course, responsible for all the graphics, all the branding that we've seen here. A round of applause for Kenel. To our logistics team led by Biodu, CJ, Gabriel, Belumi, Debbie. A round of applause to them. They've made sure that we got everything done at the right time. Our comms team, Desiree, Anosime, Mayowa, Alaide, 4 of them, comms team, they've been responsible for everything that we had prior, right now, and afterwards. So a round of applause to the comms team. And last but not the least, Tayo, who's responsible for all the support in terms of media and everything going right today, and finally getting us the video to work. A round of applause for Tayo. And Mayowa, the man that is just always around but doing his thing. Thank you very much for your work. We really appreciate it. Most of the pictures you saw from last year when we asked you to relive the event on the web platform was done by Mayowa. And the sound room in there and all the interviews that you would be seeing has been driven by Mayowa. So thank you very much. So next year, we definitely will do this again. It will be bigger than this. It probably won't hold here because it's clear that we need a bigger space to do, to bring in 500, 1,000 people. The movement, like I said, is here. It started. It's going to keep growing, and it's going to get bigger. So on behalf of everyone, I want to say a big thank you. And Bosu Tijani, here's the mic.
Thank you, TJ. I actually don't have much to add, but to sort of reiterate our appreciation for Media Network support. At CcHub, we believe a lot in experimentation, in prototyping. Most organizations will probably outsource an event of this nature, but we don't have a lot of resources, but we think the content and the conversation is important. So we try as much as possible to get it done within what we were able to get from a media network, which is why you've seen that the bulk of the work, all these guys, they do have other things that they do on a day-to-day basis. I think most of them were still here as at 3 a.m. yesterday. I left about 1 a.m. myself. We're doing things that ideally we should outsource, but we know we don't have the resources for it. So we think, we hope that the energy, the time, and resources that we've put into this to make it work, it's been worth your time, and that you find it fruitful. We do hope that one way or the other, it's sad that we always have to run to a media network, but we do hope that one way or the other, hopefully, we'll find a way to make it bigger next year. And I don't know if Stephen wants to do this, but I think we would like to just hear something from him to cap everything, wrap it up. Thank you so much, Stephen, for doing what you do. Thank you.
So I believe I'm the only thing between everybody else and drink, so I will keep it very, very brief. But this has been a fantastic day. I've really enjoyed it. I think the quality of the speakers, the participation has really sort of surpassed all of our expectations. So, thank you again to the team for putting on such a fantastic event, and for all the speakers and the participants who've stayed all the way through the day as well. We're really proud to be associated with Co-Creation Hub, and many years we hope this will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And I think to you all for coming, we do appreciate you, and we hope we'll see you next year. And last but not the least, to Damilala, the MC, for doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Dami. So in the spirit of bootstrapping, so Dami actually used to be part of the team up until. So we still think she's part of the team. But June last year, we decided to go into a venture called Go My Way with Sim Shagaya, the founder of Konga. And we decided we needed someone really, really smart to manage that venture. So Dami came out of CcHub to manage Go My Way as the founder. And she left that job today to do this. So we really appreciate you, Dami. Thank you so much. And that's about it. So we go upstairs and have a good time with the Growth Capital by CcHub. Thank you everyone for coming. See you next year.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of code and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16,
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, and we got to know each other and we got to make friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. Just write lines of code and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc.
I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. You just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create web pages of my own.
I'm not like an average kid out there who still think of what he wants to become. Now it's as if I have a path and I'm working towards. I want to become a systems engineer.
I want to be a computer programmer when I grow up.
I want to become a mechatronics engineer.
I want to be a chemist in future, one who just mix things together. And the reason why I can link this to being a chemist is because anytime I just think of chemistry, I just think of kaboom, just explodes.
I want to be a legal practitioner, and now I can create websites and post facts and enlighten people about their rights and their obligations to their country and the nation at large.
Those of other people that want to be a doctor, so when they go to my website, you'll be able to see some information there.
Now I can make websites of my own and make people from around the globe access my service.
I get to teach programming now, not just a student any longer, but also a teacher, because I get to teach others programming. There's a saying, if you can't teach what you don't know. So, and two, when it comes to research, I get to make more research, and it's really helping in the aspect of research.
When I was younger, I had this love for games that any phone I just see, I just search for a game in it and have fun.
I was 16 when I started programming.
I started when I was 14.
I was 14 when I started programming.
At the age of 16.
I was 14 when I started programming.
Being introduced to this computer development, we got to know each other and we got to mix as friends.
Getting to see something work out of nothing is something that brings me a lot of joy. Just write lines of codes and at the end of the day print out something.
I learned to program in HTML, Scratch, Python, and etc. I can create websites and code on the computer.
I can design a web page of my own.
I create